Alright. How's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Kevin would like to say hi as well. Hi, Kevin. I'm over here. That's your butthole. Okay, he just wants to lay down there. Do you want to say hi, Jake? Do you? Okay. Yeah, Jake kinda wants to say hi. I think Jake just notices that I have yogurt, and he thinks it's for him. It's not. It's for me, because I need to eat. And I haven't yet today. Gun build? Maybe. I put that in there because maybe. Also, Gamlin's last name is Amel, May Jordan's last name is Amel. Does it mean May Jordan and Hawk are related? Yeah, they're cousins.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
McBain, thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, Carter, they're cousins. Leandra mentions it at some point. They're cousins. Anyway, let me greet everyone before I eat my breakfast and delay the start of stream even longer. Control, how you doing? Bright and early, as always. Dex, Itsukato. Dex, is it really your birthday? Happy birthday. If it's actually your birthday, everyone wish Dex a happy birthday. Either fucking way, do it. Dex is great. Good Wolf, how are you? Comp, hope you're well. Yeah, I'll keep you posted on the part variance math. Priz, Brucey, Space Kitty, Shay, Reckless Monster, Jaybridge, Carter, Urban Mech, Loading Screen, Roddy, Avi, Al, Senna, no, this isn't for you. Not for you. He's right here. Like, you see Kevin looking at me in the background. But you see Jake, like, right here. Let's see if I can get the paw in frame. He's swiping at it. Oh, there he is. There he is. So, something I wanted to calculate today. Because every once in a while, you still do see people expressing, man, I wish there were rare farms. Like Borderlands 2. And it really can't be stressed enough that part variance has made it so every farm is as rare as the rarest farms in that game. So I have a few candidates on a notepad document, and I want to go through and get a couple copies of each of these items. Probably going to do it through Boss Rush and Buddies. I have a few candidates for items I think could be, if you're going for any one specific version, we'll assume the least common version if weighting is unequal in any of these cases, to be the rarest gun in the game. So, the preliminary ideas I have, it's between the Auto Magic, which I feel like is gonna win because it's absurd, the Bread Slicer, the Crossblade, the Quad Bow, the Envy, and the Sawmill. Those are the ones I have on my list so far. A bunch of other things could be contenders here. I am open to suggestions. You got about a minute while I eat my yogurt here and pretend I'm not here yet. But yeah, what do you guys think could be some of the most part variance heavy guns in the game? We're keeping this to guns at the moment because we know armors get way crazier. Spells are their own beast. But yeah, we're gonna focus on this. Hey, Kirk. Thank you for the Prime for the 13. I appreciate it. Thank you. White Rider? White Rider could go on the list, yeah. How do I forget White Rider? Good shout, Roddy. Let me put that on there. Prime converted yesterday? Yeah. Twitch has been weird with the resubs.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
13.
I was thinking it. I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah, Twitch has been weird with the resubs, Kirk. There's like 3 or 4 people who've been able to sub like twice. Check your financials. Make sure you're not getting double billed. I wouldn't want you to get that, because I probably wouldn't get it because Twitch. Automagic, yeah, it's top of the list. Top of the list. Great Bow wouldn't have an argument at all. Great Bow has fixed parts. Sure, it becomes a different gun when you shoot it, but that's only rerolling the Chaos tier once. So like it wouldn't be a thing here. Is that your dad's negative for COVID? That's good, Elenper. That's really good. Borea's Breath? I don't think Borea's Breath is going to have too strong a case, because unlike most Furior's fixed Chuck module, it's fixed element. Sure, it can be ×4 or ×5 and with a couple mag variants, but it doesn't have much variance. What's the key to a good automagic? Generally, you want to have a lower mag size so that you get higher damage. ×3 is more efficient than ×4, and there's a bunch of other accessories to it. But in this specific calculation, Shay, we're looking at specificity more than efficacy. So we're looking for things that are rare, specifically rare. A good example of this is 94 Sham is commonly referred to as a rare farm. Now, Borderlands 3 and Wonderlands both have farms that are way more rare, but even a 94 Sham wasn't good, because you could have a more optimal roll of the Sham than that. So we're specifically going rarity here. Hey Doc, how you doing? Mr. David Bolin, how you doing? Perceiver? I looked at Perceiver. I wasn't scared. The variance didn't seem that crazy on it. Yeah, Priz with the 93. Priz is a believer in the 93 Sham. So, we're gonna do some boss runs. Look for the bosses that drop these items. Hit these things from the bunny. Keep forgetting what the Perceiver do. Its effect is basically a pseudo double crit. It's not quite actually a double crit, but it has an additional chance to do an additional amount of damage based off of your gun crit chance. But it's faster to just say double crit. Inaccurate, but faster. Morning, Natas. How you doing? Red Hellion? Maybe Red Hellion. Don't know how much parts vary in shotguns. I'll pick one up if I find one. Alright, let's do the thing. Is the 94 Sham really more rare than other versions with specific parts? People just farm it because higher number equals better? It's that, Mr. I'm So Smart. I don't know, I don't have the exact weighting per part combination for that item memorized, but as Prismatic mentioned, it's not the most optimal version of the item anyway. So for equality's sake in this, we're going to, for the context of this game, a few parameters for this. We're going for the least likely of any part combination for a given gun, and for weapon categories that do not have their damage affected by their scopes or sights, we're going to leave those out. Now this means that scopes are included for snipers because there's damage accessories on scopes for snipers. But this would leave them out for things like pistols where they don't mean anything. Hey Twisted Grin, how are you? Volley? Maybe the volley. It just doesn't have that much because it's element locked. You've got the mag, you've got the rail, you've got the I think the barrel accessories, I think it gets all 3 now. I'll have to check that one. I think Maliwan shield parts are rare, so 94 would be more rare than an 80, for example. It's possible. Different parts can and do have different weighting. It's easy to see if you have a perfect form. You don't need to know what parts are. You just need to look at absorb chance. But that's the thing, it's Sakata. 94 isn't perfect. It is the highest absorb chance, but it's not perfect. You can have 93% with better stats in other areas. So trading one absorb for just a better shield. Oh, I also got like a couple upgrades here. I got a better ring, significantly better. I did switch to the new smithies with this enchant, and I managed to roll LE damage on the hammer and anvil. A couple upgrades. Letting Imelda have some fun so early this morning. Oh, you gotta wish that evil on me. Hey Grasshopper, how you doing? And I did keep you in mind, there's a strong possibility we do some gun build stuff later today. It kind of depends on what the featured today is, but I am keeping you and others in mind. Apparently transaction yesterday didn't take. Huh. Yeah, because it went through on chat side. I've had that happen a couple times as well, Kirk. Twitch is weird. But I'm glad you didn't get double billed at least. You gonna do the thing? You're just gonna do that anyway? Okay. Hey, DBZ0. Need like a double shot of coffee to wake me up. Pulled an all-nighter last night. Ooh. I had difficulty waking up this morning. I didn't stay up particularly late, I just didn't get good quality of sleep. Got my sorcerer to 40 last night finally. It's gonna be a gun build, still trying to decide on what ward to use. Excited to try it out finally in Chambers. Let's go. It's always a good feeling when you're first getting into that end game progression. You're like, alright, where do I go from here? That's a part that I enjoy. Okay. Waking up to your alarm before waking up to internal alarm sucks. Yeah, yeah. My alarm was behind me today because I've been overcompensating with alarms since I overslept that one time. But it was still just ugh. So I'm hoping we get Banshee, because that's where the auto magic comes from. So I'd like more chances passively to get that. Now, we're not trying to actually get that rare item, but I want to have one of each of these potential candidates as a point of reference for when I do this math. Because I do have a resource sheet available. No, it is not public. That'll help me in calculating this stuff. Oh, Pigwort healed. Healing Vengeance. Oh, it's the real Pigwort. Elite Pigwort with Healing Vengeance, chat. The true final boss. Okay, we win. Clawbringer's the actual final boss confirmed. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey Rune, how are you? Fell asleep in my chair without my BiPAP machine, woke up with a raging headache due to low oxygen saturation. Ugh. I'm sorry. That sounds really unpleasant. Automatic part variance? Yeah, Brendan. That's what we're focusing on today. That was a good throw. Finally got a White Rider yesterday that ended up being ×2, has a 32 mag, I believe. Does that make it not good? Do you think it'd be still usable? I'm C24 right now with Bereaver. At C24, it'd still be fine. It'd still be fine. Just know that there's still a lot of damage available that part variance robbed you of. Really wish communication was better. It's almost non-existent. Players like to know future plans in their game. For example, a new class will drop. The plans are for the future. Give us something to look forward to. Get us excited. Apart from patch hotfix notes, we have deafening silence. Even devs on Wondercast spend a lot of time not saying a lot. I also would like more information. More information is always better. But something to keep in mind is the current climate in dev to fan base communication news. Infamously, over on the Destiny side, no, there's no communication there because it's really not in the dev's best interest to talk to those people. So I'm not gonna blame the information pipeline entirely on that sort of relationship, but I think it plays a role. And hopefully they have some sort of significant roadmap for us going forward. That would be nice to see. I want more cooldown. Maybe I can justify running, Radiance on this, honestly. Or not Radiance, Dedication. Any news on DLC 4? We know on August 11th they will be talking about the release. Now, we don't know what that means for the timeline, but we know August 11th Wondercast, they will be talking about it directly. Issue with the Destiny stuff going on at the moment is the whole community's being lumped into death threat people and not send death threats as devs. That's the thing, Owl. That's not what's happening. That is not what's happening. Because it is not just a death threats issue. It is also a basic respect and communication issue. Sure, the death threat people are a fringe even among the toxic crowd. They are not anything resembling a majority. But there is still a large and loud group of people who do not know how to communicate even on a basic level without going to the extreme of the death threats and wishing harm upon people. Does Soak not decrease fire damage? This build is too strong. Soak does decrease fire damage. I simply just don't care in the case of the Smithy's Ire because it's just kind of there for filler and mobbing. I don't really care what it does to bosses. But for my gun is only fire for awe purposes. It's not actually doing any significant portion of my damage. Communication from so-called fans, that is. Yeah, self-professed fans who self-report their true nature. But that's the thing. And it also just comes from not only a place of toxicity, but outright stupidity. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. It comes from a place of stupidity, because if you're trying to get someone to do something for you, do you think that they will ever want to do that? Do you think they will ever bend over backwards if you bully them into it? Really? Really? Like, if you were the most self-serving sociopath on the planet, you'd understand optics. It's a very basic concept. Give me obelisk runs? Yes, Prince of War. Dreadwind obelisk runs? Yes. Yeah, J-Bridge. TF2 had that save TF2 thing a month or two ago as an example of proper protest. I'm not personally familiar, but I'll take your word for it. Catch more flies with honey. Yep. Yep. Like, if you create an environment where people are afraid to say anything for fear of backlash, no matter what they say, then you know what they're gonna do? They're not gonna fucking say anything. It's really simple. Okay, let's roll pistols, because I want auto magic. Let's go for auto magic and bread slicer first. TF2 had an aimbot problem that made the game nigh unplayable for years, and the community band together for mass peaceful protests to get the devs to address the issue. That seems constructive. Back, what sort of gun build is this? This isn't the gun build yet. Loading screen. I'm using this to farm up a couple items that I want for some sciencing. We're trying to figure out what is the rarest gun in the game in terms of part variance. So I'm using an established build already to farm up a copy, at least one copy, of each of the items I have listed as candidates for this. And depending on what featured we get, what event we get, I might do Chaos Climb on the old Mistdancer gun build later. We'll see. Waiting for notes on that. Question, what is TF2? Team Fortress 2. Somewhat of a scientist myself, I approve. I did a rough calc. Napkin math level stuff. Hey, Hellrider, how you doing? I believe I still have the number here. So this number is, it's an approximation, could be off a little bit in each direction because I did have to, use 0.33 repeating a couple times. But this is my estimate for a most rare part ascended auto magic from Banshee, assuming you have 60,000 loot luck. That's the percent chance. I put it in the chat. I can't even read that, so feel free to parse that one out. Hey, Cat. Go-to for Wonderlands, anything you play? Hope you're all good. I'm doing great. I was happy to bring people over yesterday. Anyone who missed it, go follow Cat. Lovely human being. Wonderful content creator. Also does good stuff in the Wonderlands. And elsewhere. Started playing Prey and it had me hooked in 15 minutes. Which Prey? The more recent one? Yeah, on Per? The, what year is it? 2018? 2016? 2016. I guess I take that because, like, that's better than the Echoing Phoenix I had, but... Okay, we got a bread slicer. We got a quad bow. $2016? Cool. When you start using scientific notations to denote how rare items are, they're too rare. Yeah, because that number was already ridiculous, but I had to throw in a 0.99 for Ascended chance, because that's the extra layer. This game uses the part set of Borderlands 3, the exact part set, to the point where you can identify some items in a one-to-one comparison. Example, a stagecoach in BL3 is a kettle drum in this game, down to the exact parts. The only thing that changes is the name. But then you have Chaos Tier. So, a perfect rolled stagecoach is still 100 times more likely than a perfect rolled kettle drum because of that. Check Pokemon Direct. You know, I completely fucking forgot. Feel free to tell me what's in there. I completely forgot. Alright, we didn't get an automatic. We gotta go again. It's on Game Pass. Yeah, I got it free on Epic, like last year. Prey 2016. Some items have double the damage of the same item. Yeah. If you get, say, an Ascended perfectly rolled version of an item, it could have outright double the damage of a non-chaos tiered minimum damage roll version of the item. And that could be a difference of like 3 parts. Given how good the purples are in this game, I need to change my initial challenge of all purple chaos to all blue because I'm finding more and more purples that are just wrecking. Yeah, I did an all purples showcase at C20 in like the 3rd week of the game or something, Cat. And like I was expecting it to be hard. No, it was just like easy. I think you'd have to go down to like maybe even down to all white items. Reason why I say that is because blue items are mostly just the same as purple with like slight damage penalties or maybe like 1 fewer accessory. And then greens are you know, another step past that, but they can still be enchanted. White items can't be enchanted. So I think that would create an extra layer. Not that enchantments are like huge build-wise, but I think it would assist the nature of the challenge. Hey, Wolf Booty, thank you for the 7 months with the 4 streak. I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hopeful for Blight Quag today for more toxic gameplay.
You never know. I wouldn't consider it likely for today, but you never know. Thought about all Ascended comment? Yeah. Open world RPG, 4-player co-op. RPG elements, huh? Love to see it. Yeah, I knew about the co-op part. That's the new Whooper, huh? That's cool. That's cool. I like that. Mentioned yesterday, although many considered Swords Explosion times 3 to be rare, for me it's not the rarest I've seen. It's current White Rider Primordial times 2. I've also only seen 1 Heck Waiter. Yeah, I don't know what the rate for quest rewards from vendors is. That could be pretty low. At least with quest reward guns, they have fixed parts, aside from enchantment. But if you look at quest reward spells, those are actually pretty brutal with variance. Because, you know, getting the item to pop up at all, and then you have Chaos tier, and then you have the 3 augment slots. Morning, Rome. How you doing? Hope you're well. Hey, Sen. How are you? Just getting started at work, already wanting to not be here, needed a distraction. Hey, I'm happy to provide it. Hopefully the day goes by quickly for you. I want to get all tiered quest loot as well. Yeah. I had this idea to put together a save of like 1 of every quest reward just so people could have it available. But then I went to actually like look at all of them and I was like, oh, so many of these would just be not chaos tiered and I don't really think that's worth anybody's time. So I just decided not to. I might still do it, but I'll wait a little bit. Yeah, last rites. Yeah, Cat. That shotgun is That's one of my favorite guns, just in the whole game. It's so good. It's so good. They did good making sure you don't have to have God tier loot, though it's there. It's amazing. Yeah, it's, this game isn't balanced around you having the best roll of anything, which I think is good. Keeps it accessible. You don't ever need any perfect anything. Now, you didn't in any of the other games either, but it's still something people want to chase. Working on a lightning hammer build, hope it works out. Hey, I believe in you, Blizzard. I'm having a lot of fun with mine. Last Rites is my go-to for my Spore Fuse build. Great combo. Have you used the Mistrial? I love Doll ARs and BL3. I'm not a huge fan of the quad bow. I used the Mistrial a bit early on in the game, back at C20, and it works. It doesn't feel good to me. The fire rate is very slow, and the damage is, like, good. Now, it did, along with other Doll ARs, take a pretty big nerf early in the game, which I want to clarify was justified, because purple Dahlia ARs were, like, absolutely filthy, and they needed to be knocked down a peg. Like, they had more DPS than most legendaries. It was not okay. So those needed to get knocked down. But Mistrial also got hit, so, like, I think it's one of those guns that maybe a lot of fire rate helps it, because every third shot's amped, so if you get that third shot out more frequently, that could maybe be good. It would be interesting to see how they all stack up at C50, since most were just fine at C35. Yeah, there's probably some that are going to feel like they struggle at C50, Jaybridge. That's a good point. Holy Grail of items is always fun to find. It's just kind of a pastime people like, you know? The hybrids and pearls in BL1, and then BL2 you had Cobra, Perfect Hide, 94 Sham were the popular ones. BL3 you've got triple part Revolter's a popular farm right now. One-shotter shields, cloning maddening trackers, those were popular farms back in the day. Cupper's Launchpad, yeah, that's one. Saw way more CMTs than one-shotters. Me too. I saw 2 one-shotters ever, and I saw like 6, 7, 8 CMTs. Like, I was casually getting CMTs in the vendors while refilling my ammo doing time trials runs in the Proving Grounds. But I saw 2 one-shotters ever. One of them was at level 53, one was at level 60. And both times that was before anointment rerolling was a thing, so it still wasn't good because I didn't have a good anoint. Morning Fusion, how you doing? Got a ×2 Ascended Donkey earlier, but it was melee saw blades. Hunt continues, my primordial one's fine for now. Donkey's an underrated gun. Like, it's just got good sustain. The reason why Donkey's DPS is good is not only is it splash, but like it also just never stops shooting. You don't have downtime. For something like the Auto Magic is an absolute monster, but then has significant downtime because the reload animation is kinda cheeks. Doing good, just woke up. I feel ya. People wanted rare farms, now they have it, they're bitch about items being too rare. I think it's important to note that it's different categories of people. So you'll have people who absolutely did downplay the part variance contribution to farms being rare, in BL3. You'll absolutely have those people, but I don't see those same people saying that things are too rare now. At least not as often. I could maybe just not be in the same circles. For the most part, the people highlighting the part variance situation now were the ones who pointed it out in BL3, where it was also bad, but not as bad as this. Gotta remember that there's many people who play these games who feel differently about core game design things, loot acquisition. It's a pretty big point of contention. And a lot of that feedback comes from people who have not dove into the numbers the way we have. Rather not get something than to get a trash version of it. Same, actually, yeah. I think most people who now complain about part variance are the same and got the drop rates in 3 nerfs. That's not been my experience, but maybe I haven't been paying attention. I did a mission on a bunch of stream yesterday. I has a hammer and anvil working on this build. It honestly doesn't seem like it'll do the work. So it really weirded me out, loading screen, because there was an obelisk room where I just, like, I noticed it triggering more than I thought it would, so I just took my hands off the keyboard, and, like, I AFK'd the rest of the room. It just cleared the room. Like, it took a while for me to go down, too. I just cleared the room. It was really unsettling. Internet person, I feel this way. Choir watchers, have you looked at the math? I was having this discussion in Official yesterday, and I was providing, you know, numbers and points of comparison and stuff, and eventually the conversation got to a place where it was, you know, being had one-to-one, but the initial reflex response was telling me to watch a vid. I'm like, bro, those numbers came from me. Hammer and Anvil AFK build confirmed. I can't remember who told me about that, but I want to say like a couple months ago someone did mention that that's a thing. And I assumed it was for like niche content, but like I think you could reasonably AFK some pieces of mobbing with enough investment into a Hammer and Anvil setup. First approaches, trust me. Personally, I like the way it is. Better dedicated drop rates than the dedicated drops we have, that's it. I don't want Borderlands 3.5, I want Wonderlands, and I got it. Yeah, what I would like to see is, I think a way of pleasing everybody would be to take certain areas that have a bit too much variance and just bring those down as categories. For example, black powder guns just are almost universally insane on variance. They don't need to be that way. Like, black powder guns, come on. There's a lot of guns that are, and melee weapons that are simply capable of rolling non-elemental as a way to pad out the part variance. There's little touches like that that could go a long way. Making sure that every passive that can roll on things like armor is something desirable, unlike, say, ability crit chance being so minor as to be basically nothing. Companion crit chance, same thing. You know, you can roll companion health on rings. Companion health is a passive you can roll. I can't think of a situation someone would want to roll that, but it's a thing in the ring pool. The Salt and Battery and the Wailing Banshee can both roll without a hilt mod. Now, the text description of that hilt mod The blank one is pretty funny, I'll give them that, but it doesn't need to be able to do that. The Barbalode Amulet can roll without an element. It doesn't need to do that. Hammer and Anvil setup will be used during the 24-hour stream when you go get dinner. I love Borderlands, just don't want Borderlands turned into all say quit farming. I think that we could just have support for however people want to acquire their loot. I don't think we need to commit to one acquisition method. Like, I like that we have Chaos Chamber as a viable farming source. It is not the end-all be-all. There are many cases where it is less efficient to farm that way than to farm from dedicated. But I do think that the people who prefer dedicated farming, I don't think they're being unreasonable with wanting the rates to be just a little bit higher base, because currently the highest loot luck you can naturally achieve gets you from most sources something in the range of 7% chance per item, because bosses have multiple items in their pool. Like Banshee, for example, drops the Twister, the Wailing Banshee, and the Auto Magic. So even if you get that 60,000 loot luck to have almost a 21% drop chance, you're still sub 7% for one item. Now, if they spread those out, as has been suggested, then the rates would feel a lot better. Think about it. If they moved one drop from Banshee to somewhere else, then your rates on that Auto Magic would go from, at 60,000 loot luck, 6.8%, it would go up to like 11%. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good just instant jump. Think about the difference between 6.8 and 11. I think a rarity and part system rework might be needed in future games. Parts can be reduced, maybe a max of 5-6 per gun for rarity, and the cool effect to be more unique instead of having 14 different parts. Like for Epic Gear example, chance could be to not consume ammo. Something I saw Epic float this morning on Twitter was the concept of condensing all the uniques into one rarity, and that would be interesting to me, because then you could have that rarity have its own weighting in terms of drops. You could lower the part variance in that category, but then make the rates super low. So like you don't see the drops often, but when you get it, it's a usable one. That kind of thing I think could work. Tried to piece both farming methods in my overhaul a while back. Made dedicated stars have higher drops and chances with the higher man levels, and gave trial slaughters a high chance of world drop in certain legendary types. Yeah, like Loot the Universe event in BL3, where certain areas are weighted towards certain types of items. That was always fun. I think the best way to look at it, dedicated and bunny farming, and they both work. That's called diversifying. Yeah. Like, why not both? Why not both? Epic Solution seems similar to how BL2 did it, if I'm not wrong. It's actually completely opposite from how BL2 did it for Helio, because BL2 had this huge rarity confusion issue. You had uniques in the blue rarity, you had uniques in the purple rarity, you had items that were functionally legendaries that just arbitrarily weren't in that category. You had effervescent rarity, which was just reskins of legendaries that were sometimes different. Some of them were reskins of pearls that were sometimes different. Pearls had no real identity to them either. Seraphs were defined by having a currency attached to them. And by being raid loot. So Seraph was actually a really well realized rarity. But what Epic suggested is actually the opposite of BL2, and that's a good thing to me, because BL2's rarity confusion was like, what are all these colors? What do any of them mean? And you'd end up with situations where if you're farming, you'd have to look at every single item, because that legendary that you're after could be a blue. So you have to look at everything. Like the Cobra, for example, is a blue. Officially employed? Let's go, Sora. At your dream job, that's another win. That's 2 wins. Proud of you. Good shit. Hey Viper, how you doing? Pearls have the identity of being shit. I mean, you're not wrong. Protagonizer? It's even Lightning Clawbringer, but no Chaos tier. No Chaos tier. This doesn't need to happen. Amount of bounty hunters and most class mods I sold during Loot the Universe because I was new to the game, had no clue what mods are good. Honestly, want to see hybrid items return in some form in future titles. We had a couple hybrids, sort of, in BL3, but yeah, having them be more prevalent would be cool. Daddy folks want to save quick bosses. Why should they care if items will drop money at a higher chance? I think that it's, again, it's a vocal minority who want another method to be torn down to make theirs seem better. I think that the reasonable folk are like, hey, I might not like this option, but I don't want it to suck. Let's just have both be good. Kevin, you sneezing? Yeah, he's sneezing. Go back to sleep. Some people can only win if no one else wins. Yep. Love how many non-legendary weapons are C50 viable. My Ascended ×2 Frost Ludite is awesome with Barbalode. Yeah, it certainly sounds like it. That's a good roll. Yeah. What I want is to be able to feed 1 or 2k crystals to the bunnies at a time to loot faster. I think that's perfectly reasonable, Hellrider. I think that would be a good addition to the game. Because 500 per pull makes sense at C20, where most players are only getting like a couple thousand crystals. Okay. But now that we're doing runs where the fastest runs are still pulling in like 6, 7, 8,000, and then the really long haul runs with the super extended, I had a run with 74,000 solo. That's just solo. You can, with that exact run, you could have broken, not only could I have played it better and gotten 80,000, but in multiplayer, you could have broken that over 100k, and that's per player. So then each player would have to spend their 100k. You can't have 2 players using the same bunny at once. So a 4-player lobby with each person having 100k crystals would literally take like an hour or 2 to just get through all the loot. Letting us feed more crystals would help that a lot. What if we added a button to the bunny that said, give me ancient snake sticks? I think that fixes Wonderlands. Yeah, I think ancient snake sticks would be cool, yeah. On the featured run, I regularly pull 25k plus crystals. Getting and sorting through the loot takes 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, it's never to the point where it's longer than the actual run. But it is a lot to just go through this. Really no auto magics in here? Release me. Oh, there's an auto magic. Yay. That actually looks like a pretty good one too. Okay. So let me do some inventory management. So we've got... Do I need both of these? Oh, that's melee crossbolt. I don't want that one. Favorite that, favorite that. Let's actually look at this auto magic. So the parts. I will point out each of the ones that can vary. Now, the slide and the mag are tied together in terms of dependency, partially. There's some part dependency things with how this game works, but I'll point out each of the ones that can change. Ready? Slide, multiple variants. Barrel accessories, multiple combinations. I rolled only 2 out of the possible 3 here, it looks like. Receiver can change, magazine can change, grip can change, stock can change, rail can change. Scope does not affect damage for pistols, so we're going to leave that one out. I don't know why the auto magic shows its underbarrel as a taser. That's kind of amusing. But, yeah. Almost every single part on this thing can change. And you can compare that to, let's see, what's an example of something that doesn't change that much? I don't have any guns in my inventory, but think of, well, Quest Reward, like the Tooth Raider, doesn't change at all. This is completely fixed parts. Great Bow has completely fixed parts. Interestingly, Liquid Cooling doesn't have very much variance. It, on the surface, seems like it might, but it doesn't have much part variance. Only a couple slots. Best way I can explain it for me is I want everyone to be happy, not at the cost of them breaking in, going back to the same old, not taking these risks. Yeah, taking risks is important for us to grow. And a lot of the things that people like about these games would not have ever existed if they hadn't taken risks. So I'm always a supporter of taking the risks. Sometimes things don't work, but that's a risk you gotta be willing to take. I don't need this bad egg. I don't need both of these. Here's that one. This vendor's gonna roll over in 40 seconds, so I'll wait that one out. Computers here can play this game. They have no idea what's good. Most things are good, Doug. Just try what you like. Try what you like. But I'm glad you got your computer. Let's fucking go. Looked at the Tooth Raider skin again. Nightmares are coming back. They left you? Well, you gotta teach me how to do that. That's a very good roll. Yeah, for the auto magic, that was a really good roll. Alright, looking for shooting on Squag. What happened to Olies and Scalawags? So I'm calculating the rarest guns, Viper. I want to find out what by part variance, and by dedicated farm, and by chaos tier, and element, all that factored in. What is the least likely roll to get in the gun slot in Wonderlands? So far, auto magic is the one I'm putting my money on, because it can roll 5 of the 6 elements. You can get, with maximum loot luck, around 6.8% drop rate from Dedi Source. And it's got, some of the parts have up to 6 different configurations per slot. Since I ring tried. Ascended times 25 kettle drum. Could be up there. I haven't considered non-uniques too much, but it could be something like that, yeah. Bunnies are far and away my favorite method of getting loot in the series. If they were to gut that the way they got a world drops in BL3, I'd be devastated. I would as well. It'd be removing something unique and innovative about the game, for no gain. Because think about it this way. If you were to cave to certain kinds of feedback, in an attempt to appease people who were dissatisfied, something you always need to consider is, will it actually satisfy them? If the answer is no, don't do it. Other than the auto magic, which are the other candidates? I have a list. Bread Slicer, Crossblade, Quad Bow, Envy, Sawmill, White Rider. That is currently my list. I'll add Kettle Drum. I added times 25 Kettle Drum. Question, Grave Cap skill does include kick and kill skills on gear or just on the Fate Maker themselves? I don't remember if it works on the Miasmic Mail kill skill. It literally says kill skill on that armor, so I'd be surprised if it didn't. But it is referring to your skill tree. Body Rocker? Possibly. Body Rocker's got fewer parts that change than Kettle Drum off the top of my head, but it does have the elemental flexibility. I'll put Body Rocker. Still never seen a times 25 Kettle Drum. They're very rare. What about Gyre? Seems like it'd be a good candidate. Let me actually... I have a sheet that shows like part slots. Let me look at that real quick. That's what I was thinking of. Gonna try it? Yeah, let me know how that works out. I'm curious. I don't actually know the answer there. Okay, let's see. Looks like you can get 3 different variants on the barrel accessory, 3 different foregrips, 3 different grips. The mag is fixed. The scope doesn't matter. Can be any element. 2 different shields. I don't think it's a contender, but I'll put it on the list anyway. Because people don't think about Hyperius shields being a source of part variance, but they are. Saw times 21 Kettle Drum yesterday, but non-chaos tier. Pain. Suffering. Let me actually spend Moon Orbs. I had something I was trying to roll. It's got something good on this love struck bow, at least. Actually, it's low on the thing. I don't feel like doing that. Ah, empowering. I was rolling that. Try that. Con doesn't have that much. I checked Con. That was one of the first ones I looked at. About the ability to make something chaos tier with enough moon orbs and or crystals. I don't think we're ever going to have item conversion of that variety, whether that's swapping parts or chaos tiers. It doesn't seem like that's something Gearbox has much of an interest in. They've directly pushed back on it in BO3's life cycle. There's dialogue making fun of it in this game. It just doesn't seem likely. I don't know how to set your save to read only. I need to get the Dreadwind Enchantment Banshee. Same process as BL3, Urban Mech. So if you do a quick search on how to do so in BL3, it's the same exact thing. A step that people often forget is make sure after every save quit that you toggle off of that character. You need to click onto another character save. And then back. Hey Dill, how you doing? On the other hand, I found a sick-ass body rocker times 18 Cry Primordial. Ooh, that's a good find, Tyrex. Who's your favorite Vault Hunter in each of the series? Just to play, right, Prince of War? To play, Lilith in BL1, Gage in BL2, Timothy in TPS, Flak in BL3, and it's not really applicable to Wonderlands. Is Hawken any good? Hawken's very good. The alt fire is basically Torg Pixies. Today off work, how are you? I'm doing great. So missing out by not using it. Got it. I mean, not necessarily. Like, the thing with the Hawken is it's also just boring when you use its alt fire. Like, it's literally shoot stickies at nearest surface, detonate stickies, game plays itself for you. It's the same gameplay loop as Pixies. I wouldn't say you're missing out, because you are playing the game more by not using it. I don't get fire shotgun. It'll definitely fill the role. Quag's favorite Wonderlands character is Alchemical Agent. Yes. Rain of Arrows should go on the list. Said to my boyfriend, if Bad Omens could just play Dethrone live, I Can Die Happy. They played it as their closing song. It was beyond hyped. Fantastic show. Let's go, Ember. I'm glad it was a good time. I'm really glad. You deserve that. So many times in the arrow shot. Yeah, it's you can get times 5, times 6, times 7, or times 8, and that's not the only thing on it that varies. I have enough dot duration on this? I feel like I do. Oh, I don't. That's okay. Hey Raider, how you doing? Sorry I've multiple times asked all these questions. I'm still trying to learn the mechanics, nothing to be sorry about. If I have a melee weapon with an enchantment that does something when skill or spell is active, example, never pull out the melee weapon and still get that buff, yes you do. Yes you do. Heading out again, Piper knows. Take it easy, Piper. Thanks for stopping by. Hey Stone Swan, how are you? But yeah, Raider, your enchantment of your ward, your melee weapon, and any spells you have equipped, those don't care what you're doing. As long as you meet the parameters and those items are equipped, then you're good. Guns are the ones that want you to have them actively in your hand. Signed Beartooth Vinyl, multiple shirts, multiple hats, phenomenal show. Nice. You're welcome, Raider. I think if I was to do this experiment for melee weapons, we'd probably be looking at Twin Soul. Like a specific Twin Soul. For spells, it would probably be Buffmeister. If we were looking at hardest get a specific variant of, probably be Buffmeister. Amulet Barbalode. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know where the Tooth Fairy is. Are you invisible? It's actually invisible. What? Oh no, you're just tiny. I forgot you can do that. No, wait, I think you're also invisible. Oh no, there you are. Got a non-chaos here, ×5 repeating AAA spike. Ooh, ×5 triple? That's so rare. Pain. What's happening? 6 Primordial 3 Ascended in the 3rd mirror, not even done yet. The Strimmer luck. It doesn't always know when to turn off. Tooth Fairy vented. Very sus indeed. Hoping for a White Rider from this guy. Almost threw my Google clock across the room. How's she gonna answer, "Hey Google, what's today?" with "Today is today"? Technically correct. Smart ass clock. Oh yeah, Stone Swan and/or Sen and/or CZ. I did get a question yesterday about including cryo and dark magic formulas in the doc. And I figured because testing is incomplete on that stuff, it should be a conversation. The card cryo efficiency formula is probably concrete enough to share, but the other stuff is like shrug. So I want a crossblade, a gyre. I still need an envy, a sawmill. I think I have an envy somewhere. I do still need that sawmill. I have a kettle drum somewhere. I might have gotten rid of my last body rocker. So this one. Cool, that's fast. And I can actually just take any body rocker for this as well. Such as, I'd rather purple. Rather be purple. No cryo, pretty much. Copy paste BL3 is 70 instead of 80. Dark magic can't be included this time. Okay. I'm I'm trying to conserve crystals because I do want to hit for a better Smithy's Ire, but I'm being stingy. It's on the contract for my job. My boss goes, today's nice weather, have a good day. I breathe too hard. Go outside, turn around, see a gigantic storm approaching, and thought, press X to doubt. Did you know that your boss is the storm that is approaching? Know how many souls you can hold max? I don't know if there is a max. See myself at 1,000. You can get way more than that. I did a 1-hour farm on stream once, and I ended up with a lot. You can get a lot. Hey Henry, how you doing? Is dark magic the most spaghetti thing in Wonderlands? It's definitely one of them. Was it like 2,600 during that stream? Yeah, Shay, that sounds right. That sounds right. I did an hour of uninterrupted soul farming and got around 2,600. Best build so far is all dark magic. Yeah, dark magic is good, and I think it's really well designed and well implemented. It's just there's weirdness associated. Like, for example, dark magic healing doesn't work as you'd expect from direct damage of spells and melee weapons. At the very least, it doesn't work how healing from guns does. But dark magic healing from guns, dark magic healing from bonus elements, that's fine. Dark magic healing from status effects is, like, questionable, and then dark magic healing from other things is, as far as I'm aware, largely untested. Yeah, there's weirdness to dark magic, but it's good, and I do want healing of that design to take precedence over things like lifesteal. I think replacing lifesteal with dark magic was a just great design choice. Gets people more involved in making their builds and their characters tanky. And that means that it's a player base that is more open to difference of mechanics. Like, you can do different things with bosses if people know how to play their characters a little bit better. Hey JC, how you doing? Good to see you. Dark magic efficiency is not explained very well, not at all. It's really not explained that well. It's very complex. Let's put it that way. Very complex. Alright, so since my backpack is full on this character, I might just start farming the rest of these on another character. Yeah, let's change it up. People still complaining about dying? Yeah, that's the system doing its work. You need to invest in your survivability. There are a lot of players, myself included, who've simply gotten better at playing these games due to the structure of survivability. In this one. Morning, Jelly. How are you? Good and actually well designed. The melee spell thing probably needs to be fixed. Yeah, that's the part that seems most like a bug. Ooh, I have a lot of backpack space on this character. I have a great bow I haven't shot as well. Oh, I got a bread slicer over here too. Why do I have all these fish? I don't need these. They're not even ascended fish. What was I doing on this character? I'm not entirely sure. Riveter of the Riveter. That's a fun one. Where a body rune, use sigils, move away from the burning, stack movement speed to assist in that process. Yeah, all that good stuff. Rant. What am I ranting about? It's Kato. What do I have equipped right now? Oh, I have the pickaxe from that farm. Yeah, I don't want that equipped. I want this. Actually, do I even want that? That's not correct either. I want Consec. That's what I was rolling on this character. It's been a while since I've played good old Barbara. That's what I use. Yeah, I need to roll Consec on the Dark Magic Banshee. If only healing numbers were visible for math people to do math with. It's possible to take damage and then have your health bar empty and reverse engineer based on how much you actually get. And that's some of what Stoneswan did to help test this stuff. But it's still, like, there's weirdness. With, specifically, I'll reiterate this bit. With the healing received from dealing damage with either a dark magic spell or a dark magic melee weapon, it does not match up with how that efficiency works for a gun. It simply does not give you anything unless you do massive, like, overkill amounts of damage. Like, the efficiency is not accurate for those damage sources. But for guns, it's fine. It works. For bonus elements, it seems fine. Off to farm, have a good stream. Take it easy, Raider. Best of luck. I do murder 1,000 damage. Relatable. I went Frost River melee to C50 last night, but trying out selective amnesia with Bad Egg Overflow Blood Bag for some health mitigation. Seems to be working nice. Blood Bag is a weird one. On paper, it seems super nice, but then you need to think about, okay, if you have amnesia on, then if your ward is ever down, then Blood Bag can't stack. And then also the fact that Blood Bag gives you a very, very minor amount of health. Like, it caps pretty quickly. But it's worth noting that at worst, Blood Bag is just a purple with a minor upgrade. So, yeah, it's not like you can choose to have perfect rolls on gear. So I think that can still be a valid approach. Especially because in this game, the way damage mitigation works is you can be just pretty okay with even small amounts of buffer. Doesn't take much. That's why I need the dark magic one. Uncap Blood Bag or make it much higher? Yeah. Blood Bag could use a little buff. Buff Bag. Use the dark magic skills, more damage than durability, pretty good defense, it's nice. That's cool. Game? Game, are you okay? My game just hiccuped quite badly. I'm worried about its health. Buffing Quag would break the game, true. I only say that because I was playing BL3 this week, and was experiencing true power, one of my favorite Moe's builds, and I ground slammed and it crashed the game. I don't play these games in the intended ways, so don't buff anything I like. It's probably not good. So reverse flush is gonna deliver today. Ooh, let's go. I don't know why I even dodged that attack anymore. It doesn't hurt. Get out of here. I'm trying to look at loot. Morning, Will Pat. How you doing? I should also put a Queen's Cry on this build. Hey, Doug, thanks for taking care of Will Pat. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I was playing Digimon Survive. I already love this game. I am not familiar, but I'm glad you're having a good time. I never quite got into Digimon because, like, growing up for me, I had the mental fortitude to budget my attention to one between Digimon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And I chose Yu-Gi-Oh! I was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Kid. So I just never really got into Digimon. For the rant, due to recent events, people and cancel things that 5+ years ago, people not giving a chance anymore, people change. That's something that requires a lot of context. And I would like to point out that there is a very big difference between these asserted instances of cancel culture and then there's accountability culture. It really is a case-by-case thing. I can't give a blanket statement on that because I don't know what we're talking about, but like, some things are not, oh, I'm being canceled. It's like, no, you are being held to account for being just absolutely fucking awful. It really depends on what it is. Way to do my boy Chartreuse like that. Listen, he was showing up to ensure that we got our loot faster. He's that good of a friend. Our boy Chartreuse LeChance is just the best friend in the history of friendship. He is truly the mad lad. Alright, let's see. What do I still not have from the list? Got Auto Magic, got Bread Slicer, got Crossblade, got Quad Bow. I think I have an Envy in my bank. I don't have Sawmill. I have White Rider on this character. Got the Gyre, got the Rain of Arrows. I have Kettle Drum on my Mistdancer. So, snipers. Let's roll snipers. Hey, Puff T, how are you? Best argument I ever won was years later too. Cousins loved Digimon as kids. I was Pokemon. Used to argue over which was better. Fast forward, a cousin's kid in the car. Subject comes up. Pokemon's still better than Digimon. Baby Cuz says, "What's Digimon?" I mean, that is a pretty good argument. You can like both things though. I'm a big proponent of liking both things. It's just I did not have the attention span as a kid. I don't really have that attention span as an adult either. To get into Digimon. No amount of part variance will make the Sawmill good. True. Like Pokemon, Digimon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! You are a more well-rounded person than I will, Pat. Alright, still waking up. How are you? I'm doing okay. I had a productive morning. I touched up a couple things like my Twitch panels, and I added the archive channel as an actual link you can click on my channel. Did some cool housekeeping stuff. I set myself up a meeting next week that I'm excited about. This was like a couple days ago, but it just crossed my mind. I'm gonna have to force myself after stream today to, I have a bunch of stuff I need to order. I want to get the cats a new litter box, because this one's kind of old. It's like one of the self-cleaning ones. You rock it to the side, and then it makes changing it so much easier. I need a new one. This one's old. I still haven't replaced their broken cat tree. I have to do that. I need more fucking shirts. So yeah, I need to relinquish some Bezos bucks later today. Shirts for the cats? Yes, shirts for the cats loading screen. You're absolutely correct. Need more regular shirts? Yeah, it's like, I don't own much clothing in particular. I just, material stuff I don't really do.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
That's a much better envy. But hang on, this illustrates the point of today's stream perfectly. Look at the difference between these two. Just briefly. Any word about a patch, PLC4, new class being released? We know that on August 11th, that is when we will be talking about it. They will be talking about it with us, you know, on the Wondercast. They'll be giving us more information. They've directly stated they'll be talking about the release on the 11th, on that episode of the Wondercast. So we still don't know when it is, but we know that's when we get more info. No notes yet? Thank you for checking. Sorry, I'm petting the pet. Yes, Kevin, I'm petting you. Okay, I need my hand back, though. Every time I try to pull it away, he's like, nope. Can I? Can I? Oh, he said no again. This is the stream now. I got my arm back. Let's go. Okay, is there a sawmill in here somewhere? I thought to add Drill's Fury to this list for a second, but then I looked into it and turns out no, I'm just really unlucky. That thing doesn't actually have that much part variance compared to the other things we're looking at here. I'm just really unlucky with it. What's part variance like on the cats though? Every cat is perfect, so doesn't matter. So where my cat attacks me, alright, pet it or stop and keep petting. My cats don't attack me, Kevin just really likes being pet. But he just never wants me to stop. Doesn't meander. Perfect. And they're simultaneously all chaos tiers. True. And I haven't played Barbara in a bit, but seeing all these fire explosions while swinging my greatsword, neuron activation. Watching Quag's Adventure Time, Farm the Wheel of Fate, it's a good day. I still have not watched the newer Adventure Time stuff, like the stuff on HBO Max. It's like on my watch list, but I still just haven't clicked the button. Fireballs as far as the eyes can see. Stop giving me Dragon Lord, it's so slow. Definitely need to watch those. I have so many things that I've been slacking on watching. I'm so bad at just budgeting my free time to do so. Say all the things we wanted to happen happening. Well, that's always good for a fandom. Hey, he comboed me. Morning, Flip. How you doing? Morning, Zank. Hope you're well. Speaking of HBO Max, have you guys heard they might axe it and combine it with Discovery streaming? They even cancel a lot of projects, might cancel a bunch of HBO original shows. Yeah, I saw something like 70% of their development staff for scripted content is being laid off. It's surprising to me because of the major streaming platforms right now, HBO Max is the one I'm most satisfied with. It's got a pretty good catalog of stuff. Like, I do not give a shit about Netflix, Hulu, or Amazon. I often forget I even have Paramount Plus. But, I actually use HBO Max quite a bit. Storming very hard. Stay safe if you can, Sora. Morning, Snowspawn. How are you? Morning, Pinky. Hotfix day. Hype. Yeah. Hopefully we get some juicy stuff and a good feature. Here's a streaming service I'm most satisfied with. That was actually quite nice. I appreciate that. HBO Max is the best if you ask me. Yeah, it's just got a good catalog of stuff. Necromancer Gage, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Beat the alert. Streamer is wicked. Gage and the members of the workshop are attacking with their self-built robots, dropping bombs of love all around the place, causing some chaos, showing that anarchy just brings love to the people. Anarchy forever. Anarchy forever indeed. How was stream? What I do like about HBO Max is they have movies live streaming for the first month they're playing in theaters. That was such a boon to me throughout the pandemic because I wanted to see, Matrix and other things, and it just made it so I was able to do so safely. Also, I didn't have to go to theaters for that absolute shit show, Wonder Woman 1984. That was on Max. That was good. Does Quag have after-hour shows like HBO? That's the Discord. I am a bit annoyed at that Batgirl movie getting axed. It's supposedly Michael Keaton was Batman in that. They had Brendan Fraser as whatever villain they had planned. And if they were concerned about not making money off of it because of project size, they already spent 90 million on it, and fucking Morbius made 160 million, something in that neighborhood. Morbius did. They could just say, "Hi, Batwoman." That could be the entire, or Batgirl, excuse me. That could be the entire marketing, and they could just push it out the door. So there's got to be something deeper to that. Why they axed that. But Morbin time. Acquire the execs to make more money. I just can't bring myself to care about anything DC does. DC live-action movies are just kind of largely sleeper. Yeah, I don't care about Black Adam, for example. I don't care. I also don't care about the Shazam sequel or the Aquaman sequel. I just don't care. But my childhood was a lot of DC animated stuff, and I am an occasional comic enjoyer, both DC and Marvel. So I still have some skin in the game, I suppose. Currently in the waiting room at my doctor's office. Just want to say hi and go look at the stream. Hey, thanks for stopping in, Arconium. I hope your visit goes well. Uneventful would probably be one of the best outcomes when seeing the doctor. So I hope for that. Want Brennan any new movie? Yeah. Cast lineup sounds legendary. Who's the guy playing Batman? Name sounds familiar. Michael Keaton is the actor who played Batman, well, the most well-known one who played Batman in the 80s. He played the Vulture in Spider-Man and recent MCU stuff. Just a well-decorated actor. Super well-known guy. Gonna go lay down, put my BiPAP on, see if I can get rid of this headache. Nothing to apologize for. Take care of you first, yeah, Alper. I hope that passes for you soon. I hope you feel better. Take care of you first. DC's always been better TV, Marvel better movies. It depends. There's like, every once in a while, there's an exception to that. Like, it was under the supervision of Netflix at the time, but Daredevil series was fucking incredible. That's like peak television right there. And that was Marvel. Hey Seraphaz, how you doing? Daredevil returning warms my cockles. I'll warm your cockle, alright. What are we talking about? Oh, yeah, something I noticed about that is that's like a very long season for that. There's like a large episode count, which makes me think it's half-hour episodes, which I don't quite like. $18 episodes? Yeah, that implies 30-minute episodes. And, like, what's the release schedule with that, as well? Stream went good to storm some armor for my dead shot while getting toasted in this heat. Not having a lot of luck with it. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Today we're kind of diving into some of the more rare guns in the game while we wait for hotfix notes and stuff. I have a short list of guns I'm trying to grab a copy of each, and I'm going to be doing calculations on seeing, like, what's least likely. I do have the number for, at least an estimate for getting an ascended perfect parts auto magic of any one element. This is without enchantments included in this math, by the way. So this number would get even lower if I was to say, like, want a spore fuse auto magic. But this number is my rough napkin math calculation of how likely you are to get, with 60,000 loot luck from Banshee, to get an ascended auto magic with perfect parts. So, like, there's rare farms. They're here. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was underrated too. They had Inhumans, Ghost Rider, Darkhold stuff, time travel, and was told very good storytelling. I still haven't seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but I've heard really good things about the Ghost Rider stuff in particular. You guys see that Ryan Gosling apparently wants to play Ghost Rider? I guess as Marvel, as the MCU stuff has grown over the last 15 years, more and more actors are just like, hey, I'll do that. Anyone's better than Nick Cage? The weird thing about Nick Cage, Rome, is he's actually a good actor. Like, seriously. Some of his work has been great. It's just he does weird roles sometimes, or makes weird decisions in a weird role. But, like, he's actually a good actor. Me and my wife absolutely loved Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I had to rewatch some parts because the time travel screws me up. It can be hard to follow plot lines like that, yeah. Guess it's better to burn out than to fade away. I chuckled inside, so you win. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is pretty good. I still preferred Flash and Arrow at that time. I only ever watched one season of Arrow and was, like, not disappointed, but thoroughly unimpressed, so I just never watched more. Flash is, they're going into their final season, if I remember correctly. Season 9 will be the last one. Hey, Sawmill. Rewatched Ghost Rider yesterday. How's that hold up nowadays, Evelyn? I don't remember the second one at all. I remember it being terrible, but I don't remember the movie itself. I was at one point up to date with Flash. Now I'm 5 seasons behind. I've actually never watched it beyond short clips making fun of it, but it's well liked enough that I like to think it's good. There's a second Nick Cage Ghost Rider. I shit you not, there was a second one. It was Spirit of Vengeance was the subtitle to it. Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance, I think is the name. Sure, if I went through his movie catalog, I'm sure there's some I really like, but some are just so bad overshadows any of the good ones. Yeah. There's one, oh, the name's escaping me right now. He plays like an alcoholic. It's something about Vegas. Someone knows this. My brain isn't working right now. A Nick Cage movie. Vegas, something in Vegas. It's like a really good performance. Yes, Leaving Las Vegas. Thank you, loading screen. That's the one. That's like a really good Nick Cage performance. That's a really good one. He won something for that, didn't he? There's a Call of Duty YouTuber in it. That's the only reason I remember Ghost Rider 2. Wait, really? That's awesome. Willy's Wonderland's his best performance. I haven't seen that one, Cranberry. Won an Oscar for Best Actor. There you go. I love having film buffs in this community because I'm so enthusiastic about that stuff, but I'm terrible at remembering details when it comes to it. My memory's very selective. What a weird way to pronounce Con Air. Okay, that movie's iconic. Awful special effects, bad romance stuff, a very cool base story. That sounds about right for the time, because that was the time where, like, I don't think anyone knew how hard superhero stuff was going to take off in the next 5 years from there. So, like, people didn't really copy the template yet. Superhero movies weren't always taken seriously until Marvel really kicked off, and other comic movies started taking on more serious roles. Dark Knight did. Yeah, in the range of about 2005 to 2010 is when the genre really shifted, because 2005 was Batman Begins, and that one kind of started something. I want to say 2005 might have been The Incredible Hulk as well, which was technically the first MCU movie. Although that might have been a couple years later. But 2008 was the first Iron Man movie, and that really did a lot for the genre. I'd say nowadays, superhero fatigue is a pretty big thing. Like, I can't be fucking bothered to care about half the stuff that Marvel and DC are doing. There's more fresh, innovative takes on the superhero genre, like Invincible and The Boys and things like that. So I don't think people will get fatigued of those, but yeah. Yeah, this is what my damage looks like when Amnesia isn't on. I need to get hit for my damage. Spider-Man with Tobey was kind of ahead of its time. Yeah, Spider-Man 2, in particular, was, like, really experimental for the time and really good. Like, Spider-Man 2 holds up, for the most part, pretty well nowadays. Yeah. I saw all the Tobey Spider movies in theaters as a kid. So, I enjoyed those. Must have been talking about the 2003 Hulk. I don't remember that movie, except that it was insanely cheesy. Blaxican. Am I on the mark there? I maintain that the train scene in Spider-Man 2 is the best superhero moment in any superhero movie. It's gotta be up there. It's gotta be up there. M. Night Shyamalan's Unbreakable is a neat little superhero movie, underrated IMO. Yes, Bone Wheel Skeleton. And it's a testament to how underrated and, like, underground it kind of is that a lot of people went and enjoyed movies like Split and Glass, which are direct sequels to Unbreakable, without knowing about Unbreakable. I still haven't seen Glass, by the way. That reminded me. I never went and watched that one. I could tap you to trigger amnesia. Bonk. Bonk. We're being film nerds. Degeneracy comes later. Hated Glass, disappointed? Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Split's better than Glass by a long shot. Pretty much what I expected. I'm hoping that I'll at least be able to, like, enjoy the movie for what it is when I do see it. Sure, I didn't even think about the small things, like it would literally get blue or higher from the wheel and stuff. Could have been worse. Could have been, yeah. 2003 Hulk went all in on the comic book style. I distinctly remember, like, a panel visual. I don't remember what was in it, but like it was like an eye close-up, but it looked like comic panels. Hey Zen, BO3's Endgame might be the best other people's eyes. You go with, yo man, what's wrong with you? And I say Wonderland's Endgame is better to my taste. I explain why. I don't answer with give look at me like I was dumb. Thanks. I just... Those are the kind of people that I don't want to represent our community, Zen. It's like... BL3's Endgame is still my favorite, but people gave that same look to me saying that for 2 years. And I like Wonderland's Endgame. My preference might be BL3's, but BL3 is just simply a more developed game. And I still like Wonderland's Endgame. Like, if I didn't like Wonderland's Endgame, I would not be streaming this game. I'm under no obligation to go live with this game 6 days a week, 5 days a week, Friday, Saturday. But, like, I do because I like it. It's literally that simple. The actor's name is slipping my mind. The guy from Split. James McAvoy. James McAvoy. Take me to church. Started BL3 recently. Love shooting things in the video game, but holy cow, the performance is abysmal on PC. Yeah, it's not a very well optimized game. It's not very stable either. BL3 is one of those things that, like, a lot of people were put off by performance issues or crashing. Totally valid concern to have. So you're saying you're not a shill paid by Gearbox to stream Wonderlands? Some people actually believe that because I have positive things to say about this game, that I'm being paid for it. I am on the content creation team, but, like, I also don't lie. if I didn't want to stream this game or play this game, and if I didn't think positively about this game, you just wouldn't be hearing anything from me about it. It's that simple. Haven't had any crashes, thankfully. The juiciness of the head pops really keeps me going. Yeah, the crashes are mostly, some of them are kind of weird causes. If you ever do the Maliwan takedown, just brace yourself anytime you look at a vending machine. Not open a vending machine, look at a vending machine. They're like Pokemon trainer battles. Don't make eye contact with them, and you won't have to deal with their shit. That's like one of the leading causes of game crashes in BL3. Looking at a vendor in Maliwan takedown. Which is frustrating, because Maliwan takedown is like one of the best pieces of content Gearbox ever made. It's that good. Capitalism does it again. It do be like that. The sliding through portals crash is the most annoying one. I've been lucky on that one. That one hasn't happened to me more than a couple times ever, really. Melda over MTD. Now you're just saying that to get me to read it. I know your game. It worked. It did. Know who else? Is it a Melda, Roddy? But we're going to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Do it. Do the thing. Do the thing.
Space!
Oh, that was perfectly timed. That was perfectly timed. Yeah, I'll remove that keybind. So I can't jump for 10 minutes. This will be problematic depending on which bosses I end up fighting. Take down a Fortnite castle. You think a good Spellblade would work in a Dark Magic Morticulturist build if it's a good one and I have Ascension capped? Yeah, Spellblade just is strong. There's just no way around it. It's strong. Now, if your focus isn't on melee, but if you do happen to have a lot of focus on spells, then it's just a way to have it be a relevant damage source. As long as you're not using that slot for like something else, then yeah, it'll work. Should wait till after the loot room. Probably. I'll start 10 minutes from, you know, after the loot room. I'll be kind. Okay, do I have everything from my list here? Yeah, I think I have a copy of all of that, so I can just roll for what I actually need. Let's go melee weapons. Morning, Fen. How you doing? Love picking your brain. Sorry, nothing to be sorry about. That's what I am here for. Bonk, reckless monster. Man, y'all are horny today. Guess tonight, need to take a shower. No time to spend with 2021. Zen, you have an insane amount of mental fortitude to go out there into that wasteland. Take a shower. Wash off the tears of the haters. These can't mantle either? Yes. Although I do have auto mantle, maybe that still works. If I've been launched by something. Spellblade still deals melee damage on swing, correct? Which is both buffed by both damage types? Yes. But keep in mind, Shay, that that because melee isn't boosted by just melee, this is the exact reason that, for example, back in Borderlands 3, Flak was a better melee character than Amara, because Flak had more things that boosted melee, while Amara had the melee stat. She didn't have much else to boost it, so... How you doing, Foster? Any spicy hotfix takes? Are notes out? Any chance announcing new DLC today? There's always a chance. All that we know right now is that a week from today, on the Wondercast, August 11th Wondercast, they'll be talking about the release. Now, we don't know what exactly that means, but that's what we know. Still shocked Gearbox hasn't tried to Destiny-ify Borderlands yet. Has to be coming live service or death. That's the thing. A lot of devs and publishers just don't have an interest in that sort of model, and I'm sure part of it is fed by the nature of the Destiny community. Just being an absolute cesspool. Probably just don't want to engage with that kind of group. But it should be pointed out that there's some definite strengths to the Destiny model. I don't have a concrete opinion on whether taking that plunge would be worth it or not. I don't know. I'm undecided there. Maybe another late note stay, which means small hotfix. Sounds that way, yeah. Mostly staying on this character right now because I want to re-roll this Banshee into Consec and then try it out. Not having much luck, though. Fortnite model gets my money all the time. What I buy does nothing for my gameplay. It certainly works. Don't take a plunge on D2 if you enjoy lands build crafting this much. I'll take your word for it, Pico. Be behind Goku for it. Make it so I could play as Naruto in a shooter, drop it in on Butt Stallion, take my money. I laughed until I cried when I saw Naruto doing hand seals and then just pulled out an AR. Something about that was good. Oh yeah, I can't get up there. That presents some problems. Oh, I can't jump. Or I can crouch. And I can't jump. I'll just kill her while I'm down, I guess. Kind of surprised Gearbox hasn't tried open world yet. Feels like everyone wants to try and make one now. I'm glad they haven't, because what would it add? Like, I can't think of something meaningful it would add to this kind of game. About Wonderlands, what did I miss? Positivity, still sorry, we've been through chat jackasses, Wondercast, heard they wanted to expand Chaos Chambers, you told them that. So, they've been doing different things with the featured runs quite a bit. I think that is probably what they meant by that. More experimentation with featured runs. Like, they started doing cursed runs where you start with a curse, which actually helps your total loot acquisition, because that's, you know, just more crystals. They did that 29 room super extended run. Just experimentation in that vein, I think, is what they were alluding to. So, the all mimics run, the community run, things like that. I definitely want more in that vein. There were hints, what sounded like hints about New Game Plus, for anyone who's into that. Other characters having the Naruto run emote kills me every time, especially Deadpool. With the overworld graphics designer job listing, sounds it will be big maps, maybe something similar to D2. The thing with big map design is I didn't like the big map design in some of the areas of Borderlands 3 because a lot of it was just to justify vehicles. And vehicle sections in Borderlands games were just not enjoyable to me. Beyond the first time, they're just not enjoyable to me. So, if big map design means more of that, I don't want that. But, like, the big maps of this game feel pretty good. Like, the Oasis, Tangle Drift. Tangle Drift's a fucking masterpiece. Maps like that, I'm cool with. So, I don't know how I feel, really. There's some Dark Souls-like New Game Plus in this game. Ooh, where it gets more difficult each time. At a glance, I would like something like that, but I do worry because endgame players don't like being forced to do playthroughs. Like, one of the biggest steps Borderlands 3 took is it decoupled that. You only needed to do the one because Mayhem included all the difficulty. It's a good shell casing. It's a really good shell casing. If that spell crit chance was melee crit chance, that'd have been like, woo. But I'll leave it for now. Kidding, I love BL1 with rubber cars. I was happy they dropped vehicles. Me too. I think the overworld is just a better system. Overworld works because of the tabletop thing. Yeah, it fits the framing device very well. They could have expanded on the overworld more, of course. Not denying that, but, you know, comparing 1-to-1, they seem to fill the same role of connecting game maps together. And, I prefer this way. Be great if devs secretly logged on to go here, get so many great ideas for this game, most of just positive as well. I mean, they sometimes do. We've had devs pop into the chat before. They watch several creators. They're regular people. Some of them even do things like stream. Like, always assume that they're listening, because often they are. Say kind words. At the very least, if you have nothing kind to say, then, like, don't. And always keep criticism constructive. from the standpoint of how can this improve rather than purely negativity, you know? People think because they don't get everything they want, they don't want to, it's 99% because they can't, shouldn't. They have a creative vision, and then there's always technical limitations and resource allocation. A lot of moving parts. Fundamentally boils down to game dev is hard. Something that doesn't get repeated enough. Maybe for the mainline games, they could have something like Flying Sanctuary 3 around the galaxy and planets. Oh, like flying around the Normandy in Mass Effect? That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, I can't jump, so that attack is just gonna hit me. Morning, Grost. How you doing? I think learning from prior corrections in the series is the biggest thing with this dev team, though. Seems like we have the same issues over and over the launch of every game. That's the thing. We don't. We don't. Some issues seem to be persistent, like shift servers, UI problems, matchmaking-related things. That's like a persistent thread. But let's compare launch to launch of Wonderlands to BL3 to TPS to BL2. Well, let's compare all those. At launch of BL2, there was a save corrupting virus, and the only endgame content had a forced 24-hour lockout. That's BL2 launch. BL3 launch, borderline unplayable for long periods of time on PS4 because of game instability, and ADSing would murder your frame rate on all platforms. That was BL3 launch. Dedicated Drops is one that's a consistent thread between launches. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Wonderland's launch. Did we have anything like massively game-breaking? In the vein of a save-corrupting virus or being unable to aim? Bill 3 half his skill tree didn't work. That was actually always overblown. It was never that big a problem. It was only a couple things, but yeah. How did the variant part search go? We grabbed a few items. I'll read off the list for you, comp, of things we're gonna kind of compare. Auto Magic, Bread Slicer, Crossblade, Quad Bow, Envy, Sawmill, White Rider, times 25 Kettle Drum, times 18 Body Rocker, Circuitous Gyre, Rain of Arrows. Those are all potential candidates for calculations. Scuffed Co-op. Scuffed Co-op's fair. Couch Co-op is still nearly unplayable due UI. Jedi Monkey and Blacks, can either of you do BL3 Couch Co-op at all? If so, compare the two. This is a question, not an assertion of like quality or anything. How do they compare? Because I've not done Couch Co-op Wonderlands, but I've done a tiny bit of Couch Co-op BL3, so it'd be a frame of reference, a point of reference for me. Do play BL2 and BL3 Couch Co-op, and they're perfectly fine. Okay, see, for my experience with BL3 Couch Co-op, it was absolutely terrible. I played BL3 Couch Co-op when the game was new, like first 3 months of the game, and it was absolutely horrifically bad. They did improve it over time. I don't know how it ended up, but it was real bad. Patch almost deleted all characters' progress, restored 3 days later. That wasn't close to launch. That was, what, after the first DLC? That was, like, with the second DLC or something? But yeah, they did fix that inside of 2 days. Never played any landscape co-op. Is that bad? It's not bad at all. I'm primarily a solo player with these games. It's not bad at all. Everyone consumes them in their own way. It took a lot of development for BL3 couch co-op, but it's in a better state now than Wonderlands. Wife and I play a lot of couch co-op. Cool. That's good to know. Yeah, hopefully they managed to iron out co-op for this game. Because I know it matters a lot to some people. Best couch co-op experience I've played is Diablo 3. Ease of use? Oh, yeah. Diablo 3 co-op is very smooth, well implemented. Familiar with that. Found out about BL2 like 5 years after release, played couch co-op with my buddy and fell in love with the franchise. I feel like a lot of people have that same story. Ewok, yeah. For me personally, when I was in high school, I saw a commercial for BL1 and was like, that seems crazy. Let me go buy that. And I walked to GameStop after school and bought it. And went home and played it, and was like, hey, this is pretty sick. And, I didn't play it for super long, but, you know, I beat the game and put it down, as most people casually trying out a game do. BL2 came out, and I did the same. But my wife of, 10 plus years through Borderlands, that's sweet, Kat. That's a success story. Love to hear it. Hey Emily, how you doing? I like to play with my son, and you can't level up characters, and you can't see item cards in Wonderlands. Gameplay's fine, maybe if you're doing endgame stuff. And I think the most common, like, gameplay for co-op is going to be that playthrough portion, so I think that does make it feel a lot worse. Let's roll amulets. Recently did a co-op run of Borderlands 3 with a bunch of my friends. We completed the story and some of the trials. Unfortunately, one of the guys I was playing with had terrible frame rate, and we weren't able to complete peak Borderlands content before everyone lost interest. At some point, I need to drag that guy through MTD and GTD. It's too good to miss out on. Hopefully, you can convince them. Notes are out. Cool. Let's see what we got. How's everyone doing well, New Mexican? How are you? Okay. Weekly event. So the Crystals event is being replaced with this. In-game reroll mini event. More moon orbs drop and the reroll machine's been discounted in half. That's actually fucking sick. I have so many items that I need to reroll. That's actually awesome. So like, remember how I frequently talk about how positive feedback can lead to good change? We need to tell them how goated this event is so they make this shit permanent. Like, we need to start some kind of campaign for permanent reroll cost reduction. Like, immediately. Goated. It should be standard. Yeah, hi guy. I agree. Like, discounted in half. So, with a cap of 16,000, you get 8 rerolls at max for an item. And with more moon orbs dropping, you could probably max out in like 2 boss runs. A well-optimized build, a build structured around doing those boss runs with good RNG, you can get a full boss run done in what, like 3 minutes? Ooh, that's good as well, Tyrex. I'm gonna look at that next. So that's sick. Featured has Lechance and Blue Hat, so that's just a good chill farming week. Lechance and Featured means good week to get Sword Explosions. If you need Sword Explosions, this Featured will be good for that. I think I do want to go for a couple Ascended Sword Explosions, especially if I'm going to level gun builds. Badass Skeleton enemy would occasionally be too scared to respawn in Queen's Gate. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. Follow up to last week's update. Identified a few bosses who were still hitting higher than we wanted. Not more boss damage reductions. Salissa's water damage geyser been reduced by half. Drill's shockwave reduced by half. Drill's tailwave and fireball attack reduced by 25%. So, like, changes like this make me just want more Chaos Tears. 1 second. Sneezes. Apologies. Because as a player who enjoys playing on the maximum difficulty and being forced to adapt to boss attacks, that's one of the core design choices I really like about Wonderlands. Thank you, Frelia. Versus Borderlands. The bosses are present. They force interaction. They force your respect. In most cases. That being chipped away, I'm just less engaged in boss fights with them doing less damage. But if they introduce more difficulty, I don't know, maybe they introduce a difficulty option in the menu side, harder than intense, because I'd want bosses to be able to hurt me. So dragging the whole difficulty system down because some people don't want to use the difficulty sliders just hurts the people at the top and doesn't do anything for the other people that they weren't already able to do. So Salissa's water attack now deals 25% of what it used to. So the way this reads is maybe those attacks did not get the previous changes, Hellrider. Either it's 25% of what it used to be, or if it didn't change last week, then it's now 50% of what it used to be. But it could very well be 25% of what you used to. Not hyped about it. It's how it should have been. Can't justify being hyped for it. It's a great event to happen. It's been an issue since BO3 rolling. Am I wrong to feel that way? Well, here's the thing, Hi Guy. If we feel that way about things, if we allow ourselves to feel that way about things, then we can never properly provide feedback. Because you can apply that logic to anything. Oh, well, it should have always been like that. You can't get everything right immediately. And them adjusting things in a favorable direction is not something they necessarily have to do. So, yeah, we're going to look at that, Roddy. So giving credit where credit is due, even if it's something that should have happened sooner, that's a dangerous place to be. I'm not going to say that's inherently toxic, but that would open up a lot of people labeling that as a flavor of entitlement. Again, I'm not saying that applies to you, but it is a slippery slope that leads there, if taken to the extreme. Sure, there's some basic things that we want or expect going into things initially, but I think it's important to give credit where credit's due. Good changes are good changes. GTD was one of the first things I thought of there, Zen. Yeah. Two separate pages. Okay, I'll open that as well. So, for anyone who does not want Blightcaller spoilers, there's 2 pages on the Wonderlands website. Now, one of them was already there with, like, very basic info about Blightcaller. I don't know what they've changed there, but they have another page that's just Blightcaller class reveal. So, we're gonna be looking at Blightcaller info now. If you do not want to see, then come back to the stream in like 20 minutes. Okay, Blightcaller class skills revealed. Access to the Blightcaller class is granted via the Shattering Spectre class, which is the 4th chapter of post-launch content, included in Season Pass and Cat Great. Those who own it, which debuts soon, will be able to play as the Blightcaller in addition to 6 classes, more multi-class options. Yeah. Whisper of Rot class feat feeds into the Mastery of the Elements. Whenever you apply a status effect, you'll gain a stack of increased elemental damage for a duration. By racking up status effects and groups of enemies or resilient bosses, you can boost your weapon's elemental damage output. Cool. So Blight Caller Stabomancer is sounding like the play. It's sounding like the play. Getting status effects rolling is the cinch of using the Blight Caller's Plague Storm action skill, which creates a maelstrom of noxious fumes that continuously deal area of effect poison damage for a set duration. Any enemies foolish enough to remain in the gas cloud will get singed by elemental bolts that scale with the amount of non-ability damage you deal. Non-ability. So it's ability damage that scales off of non-ability. This sounds like it might be a double dip. Plague Storm sounds like that might be a double dip. Because they specified non-ability damage you deal. There might be some kind of shit. This might be why Spore Fuse was changed to be just gun. And this is the ability one. Speculation. This update with 4th DLC? Yeah. How well are those attacks to be dodged without any speed increases? Most of them are easy. If you've been wanting a companion that works like a stationary turret, mowing down any foes who dare approach, the Bog Totem action skill is for you. Conjure this eerie-looking root from the ground, and it'll send forth a procession of spirits that seek targets that detonate on impact, dealing elemental damage based on the elemental type of your currently equipped gun. That's cool. You can change the element. Now, I wonder if it snapshots the one you're holding, or if it's dynamic. That's something to test whenever we get that. Kill an enemy will extend the duration. Ooh. So wait. You could be a berserker and then just get a massive duration extension. So you can keep the paranormal pain train going if you set it up in the right spot facing hordes of enemies. That sounds really good. That sounds really good. That sounds really fucking cool. You can view the complete skill tree. Ooh, we can look at the skill tree. I'm gonna, not look at that stuff for now because we're just gonna go right over here. We're just gonna go over here. Okay. Whisper of Rot, they describe that. There's Plague Storm. Whenever the Fatemaker deals non-ability damage, a percentage is stored. Plague Storm periodically creates elemental bolts targeting a random number of enemies underneath it, dealing ability damage. This might be the first ability damage scaling thing that's actually really good, of a random elemental damage type equal to the damage stored, split among all targets, and clearing all stored damage. Okay, damage storing. That's unique for these games. We've not had damage storing outside of Echo/Groundbreaker that I can think of off the top of my head. So that's immediately something different. Now, the worry here is if it's random elemental damage type, immunities will really get that, I worry a bit about that, but okay. Here's Bog Totem. Multiple charge. Wait, it has multiple charges? And pinging an enemy will cause the totem to target them? What the fuck? This is my favorite action skill. There are many things, but this one is mine. Pog Totem? Yeah, this isn't Bog Totem, this is Pog Totem. Let's fucking go, dude. Like, I need this. I need it. Bog Champ. Oh, that sounds so good. Like, the thing I love about this most is it's flexible. Hang on, let me edit my stream title. It's flexible, because you can use this for area denial. Now, they don't say if you can have more than one active at once, if, like, the second charge ends the first one. But at the very least, that means you can move it. And multiple charges implies you can cool one down while using the other. So it rewards using things like Ancient Hilts, having cooldown bonuses. Berserker's Blood of the Fallen would be extending the duration of your existing one while cooling down another one, potentially. So that's really, really cool. Status effect application chances increased, status effect durations increased. Cool. Similar to potent poisons in the Stabomancer tree, except instead of damage, you get chance. Geist in the shell, I like that. Gun crits have a chance to create a homing bog spirit that seeks out nearby enemies, dealing poison ability damage exploding on impact. That's interesting. I wonder if that has any sort of cooldown. That sounds like that'd be fun with From the Shadows. Kill skill, restore percentage. Oh! 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 Hex Machina. I like these names a lot. These are cool. Fire rates increase and the Fate Maker swaps their current gun, doubled his bonus for a duration, encouraging weapon swapping in a skill tree. This is my fucking class. Increased poison damage, sure, whatever, fine. I don't care. You can have one mistake. That's fine. Whatever. Flawless Edge. Gain increased damage dealt based on how full your ward is. The fuller your ward, the greater the bonus. Unarmored defense could be saucy here, or it could be terrible. Depends on how they decide to make this work. This is looking really good so far. Applying a dark magic status, they made it 2 elements. Yes, they did not do only poison. That's a good sign. Increases your spell damage and ability damage for a duration. This effect can stack. That is awesome. And that's only a tier 3. Keep in mind, the way skill point distribution works in this game is you can get Capstone of one tree and you can get down to tier 4 in the other. So anything through tier 4 you can successfully apply to just another class. Bogged Down, dealing non-status effect poison damage, has a chance to create a Water Nova, soaking all nearby enemies. Soaked in skill tree? Hello? That's crazy. I wasn't expecting that. Soaked in skill tree. Now, the thing about this is you need to be careful when you take this, because this makes it so if you ever have poison damage you can't control, you can't, like, say, hey, stop triggering for a while. Anytime you want to use fire, this could lower your damage. So this is a strategic pick. You only take this if you are confident you are never going to need fire damage. That's thoughtful. This is a skill point. It's not an always take. It's not a never take. It's a maybe this could be good take. Amped up, applying a lightning status effect. Ooh, more stuff. More multi-element stuff. Increases your movement speed, cause a Fate Maker to regenerate a portion of their ward per second for a duration. It's beautiful. Can stack. It's beautiful. Keep going. Frostbite. Applying a frost status effect increases your melee damage and crit chance for a duration. This effect can stack. Why can it all stack? I'm so happy. This is amazing. Burnt Offering. Applying a fire status effect increases your gun damage and spell cooldown. This is giving you so many options for so many types of builds. Toxicity. I get the reference someone made earlier. Applying a poison status effect increases your crit damage, companion damage, and action skill cooldown for a duration. This can stack. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Life Leech from Dark Magic. Now they put Bloodletter in. They put Bloodletter in. Restore the Veil. Life Leech from Dark Magic now restores ward instead. What can we combine that with? I thought Blood Bag immediately, but that might be one of those not actually interactive things. But, like, yes. Yeah, Striker. Deathless with this character is going to be crazy good. Hey, Uncle Noble, how you doing? Well, I call her the stacking class, yes. This is looking more and more like a class I wanted to use as a universal secondary wildcard. This is going to be a really good... Like, this might compete with Berserker for just being good at pairing with everything. Spirit Swarm. Capstone. Alright, applying a status effect has a chance to create a Spirit Swarm companion, interesting, that'll seek out nearby enemies dealing damage over time. Damage dealt and damage type is based on status effect. Triggering it again will refresh its duration and use the new status damage if higher. You may redirect the swarm by pinging an enemy. So, this one will depend on a few things. It says companion, which implies damage source companion, which would make it the fourth one to do so along with the class feats. If it is, then that would technically give more value to companion crit chance stat, companion crit damage stat. And it would be a vector of applying the claw armor, I guess. But if they did some weird shit, like make this damage source dot or something, that could get weird. But this is interesting. And then here's the art we've had for a while. If you take Grave Blight, this capstone may be better than Graves. Graves is hard to beat because kill skill every time you cast a spell. Wraith Mail. Every time you cast a spell, you'd be getting wards and health from Sanguine Sacrament. So what are some combos we can come up with here? There's obviously Morhem's Blessing, Wraith Mail. Alchemical Agent melee stuff with this class. And an advantage of that is it would still leave enough points to get down to tier 5 if you went alchemical in the Stabo tree. So you could still get Restore the Veil and Toxicity. 44 points Plague. This class might just be good enough to be like the next Berserker, but better. I like how they didn't make the Bloodletter skill just absolutely destroy healing your normal health. Yeah, having both is definitely an asset. Yeah. How do these summon companions interact with Tyrant's Truth? I'm pretty sure Tyrant's Truth specifies class feat flibs, so probably not at all, yeah. Restore the Veil seems like it's just Trust and Magic. Well, it's got this bit on top, J-Bridge. Now, it says max ward is increased, max health is decreased. It's not claiming to use a reservation effect here, which does mean that it's not going to be like Trust and Magic entirely, I don't think, but it might be. That's actually tough. Because Trust and Magic is actually just like a lot of brute forcing a number. Either way, things like Unarmored Defense and Deathless combined with this are going to be wild.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Dex, thanks for taking care of Sora. I appreciate it. So I'm thinking Unarmored Defense melee stuff. You could just, like a Dark Magic bonus element from Plate Mail or something, and then you could have a Vampire Hilt and just be constantly healing both bars with, like, everything you do. Is it safe to say it's next week? Have they said it's next week, Brucey? I don't think it's safe to say until we have a date. Knowing how Exploit Their Weakness works, the class feat alone looks nuts. Yeah, it does. Because simply getting elemental damage for existing? Like, I've pushed back on the concept of elemental character before. People label Amara an elemental character, but like, nah, that's this guy. that's this individual. This is so good. Like, I could just sit here looking at this. I was worried about them showing skill tree because when they showed other classes' skill trees, people downplayed some stuff and overhyped other stuff, but Blightcaller's skill tree looks incredible. Hey, Win, how you doing? Looks balanced. Some of the stuff, eh. But like, it looks fun. So you're just your first look at it, yeah. I didn't know this was gonna happen today. I've not seen any of this stuff. I opened the box of Pandora with this and it's beautiful. There's just so much that I like here. Having a fire rate skill is a underrated little thing because there's a skill that scales off of gun crits, So, an idea I have here. If this doesn't have some sort of limit, Geist in the Shell, from the Shadows, times 25 Kettle Drum, with a corrupted plate mail. And you'd have, where is it? Where's the fucking thing? Restore the Veil, and an amp shield. So you just run around in from the shadows, shooting with a 25 projectile shotgun that's actually hitting 50 times. The dark magic would give you your wards back for more amp. You'd be getting these spirits flying around everywhere. It's got to have an internal cooldown. Hopefully. Can't wait to test this while everyone's doing playthroughs. I might not do a playthrough. I might just, like, jump into endgame. This is too spicy. It's too fucking cool. Yeah, body and mind. Paired with Stabber reload enchant? Yes, JC. I like where your head's at. That's a question. What are the enchants for Blightcaller gonna look like? What skills on armor are we gonna get into here? If they do the unthinkable and give alchemical on armor, then that presents a real argument for doing Stabomancer where you take like 8 points and then you just put the rest in Blightcaller. 36 point Blightcaller. Geist in the Shell might also be great as a 1 point value to proc Bog Down. Yes, Kumar. So we've got Bog Down, Soaked, and then Geist in the Shell to apply that if you don't have a main source of poison damage. That's a good shout. Bog Totem enchantment. After casting Bog Totem, the enemies just give up. Alchemical and armor would be busted as hell. It really would be. But let's think about what Blightcaller skills they could put on armor. What would be crazy there? I mean, getting Worse Curse on armor sounds kind of nuts, depending on how big these boosts are. Because if this is like an Ascension size boost, that's crazy. Remember, you can get things that scale off of multiple damage sources like this. If you're, say, using Dreadwind with a Spellblade, and you get Worse Curse stacked up, that could get out of hand real quick. More movement speed here for Amnesia gameplay is pretty good, and you'd be getting ward regen per second. And this can stack. So you can have this. You can have Amped Up with Restore the Veil and do Amp Shield stuff. Amp Ward. And have a lot of amp shots, because you could also combine that with things like Mage Armor on Spell Shot. Harbinger Amulet. You could use Berserkers on Armored Defense to reduce the amount you actually need to regen. Play mail with Worse Curse sounds fun. It really does. Yeah, Stone, I really think that Blightcaller might replace Claw on that amp thing. Contagion Tech by applying tons of effects is back. Wait, shit. That's what this does. Are you thinking Spirit Swarm? I'm watching you walk through this on mute because meeting just unmuted you. Need your single spicy's blight collar take. This is my favorite skill tree. Simply applying lots of status effects, you get crazy buffs all over the tree. The size of the effects doesn't matter. Pandemicium. Pandemicium for dealing more status, more poison. I still think this character is gonna be like corrupted plate mail on this character is gonna be crazy. I think corrupted plate mail on Blight Caller is gonna be some wild shit. Classic White Rider Pandemicium, all the bonus elements you get. Yeah. Spore Fuse, if you're doing Spore Blight Caller, would be a source of poison damage. You wouldn't need to use a poison gun if you don't want to. Applying a Frost status effect increases your melee, so if you're doing like Berserker paired with this and doing melee stuff, that'd be cool. Would Amp negate Spell Shot, Glass Cannon, non-regen? No, Shiner, but the thing with Glass Cannon turning off your regen, it's not really a big deal because natural regen is the least common way of restoring your wards in this game. You have Harbinger Amulet still works, you have Mage Armor still works, things like what's the name? Restore the Veil. Restore the Veil would still work, as would where is it? Amped Up. Yeah. Those would all still work. The curse spell that grants a bonus element. It's okay. Brain is kind of exploding with synergies. That's such a great feeling to have, isn't it, Rome? What have I missed? They dropped the Blight Collar tree on us, Good Wolf. We're going through it. What's capacity drain of Triple Amp? 20%. Snowspawn. 20%. Have next Thursday off. Those come next week, hopefully. I have to tweet. I have to tweet. Do algorithm stuff. Spread the good word of the Blight Collar tree. We're looking at this more. I haven't even been playing the game the last half an hour. It's just... Your chat log and read the larger recent message. Oh, yeah, okay. Hang on. Seen from a YouTube video of Pokemon, there's a Twitter hashtag Game Freak thanking them for the memories of the years. That's where I got that suggestion a little while ago. It's such a sweet idea since devs work so hard and stuff isn't easy at all. Yeah, I really like the idea, Good Wolf. I really did write down your idea. I have it in a notepad, and I do want to coordinate something like that. Something what algorithm stuff is, like retweet. Leave a comment, retweet, all that stuff. Any engagement with the tweet lets more people see it. Imagine how glorious the visual pollution will be. I almost want to say it'll be worth it because of how good this looks. Just wanted to let you know it wasn't my idea. It's been done. You're a rare human being, Good Wolf. Seriously, cannot wait. It looks so good. Like, I did not... So, I have a habit of keeping my expectations in the lower middle with new things, so that way I can only ever really be pleasantly surprised. or like whelmed. I'm never underwhelmed, I'm always whelmed, or like overwhelmed. I'm fucking overwhelmed. Like, this is so good. How many things are immune to dots? Not many. Like, soul cells, the things you have to, the yellow thing to get into the bunny raid boss fight. This effect can stack. Where have I seen that before? Your favorite boss? Shut up. Comment ratio on the tweet, you'll increase its visibility. Real. Visual pollution putting Ganoverse flack to shame. Yeah. But, you know, it just looks fun. It looks fun. I hope the cooldown value here is good. Slight concern about the companion damage here because this is kind of eating one of the few niches that Spore Warden Tree has, that being the companion damage, because like this just has better companion stuff, like a companion capstone, and then companion boost in tree, and elemental damage, which companions get. And this looks like a global crit chance boost, which is good. If Blight Stabo has Contagion, this game is over. Ugh. Blight Grave really calling to me. Yeah, what combos are you guys feeling? I'm seeing a lot of love for Blight Grave. I'm leaning Blight Stabo. You guys know what stuff I like. Blight Spell predictably seems like it'd be really good, especially for the ward stuff. Blight Burr seems like potentially just the best generalist in the game. Blight Claw? Blight Claw. I could see it. JC with the Blight Stabo. Blight Burr. Blight Grave. Spore Blight. Blight. Chad. So it doesn't have a pet, has an action skill that counts as a companion. Am I reading that right? Yeah, it looks like a Bog Totem. Where is it? Yeah, Bog Totem says companion. So if Bog Totem and Spirit Swarm, if those are both damage source companion, then Blight Caller is also going to be the strongest companion class. Because Bog Totem deals ability damage. So it could either be ability damage that also scales with companion, or companion that scales with ability. The former seems more likely because it says it deals ability damage. A lightning and fire, the amped up and burn offering makes for serious uptime and very strong effect. Yeah. I'm from England and bog has two meanings, a swamp or a toilet. Either works here. Either works. Totem feels like another PoE thing. I still have not played PoE, but it sounds like what I hear people talk about from PoE. Nice to see another class with movement speed and tree. Yes, trade secret. Hard agree. I'm also really excited for this little bit here. Elemental damage type is based on Fatemaker's currently equipped gun when activated. This means a bunch of things. This means that you are not forced into an element where your action skill can be made irrelevant. For example, Storm Dragon's Judgment against Celissa is like, oh, okay, I guess I'll suffer. Unless you use a Diamond Guard Sword to change it. With this, you could just change guns. This also means you could be weird and do a non-elemental build. Hold like a Stab-O-Matic or something. Non-elemental Bog Totem. And it makes me want more swap speed available in the game. As far as I know, the only swap speed boost in the game is Berserker's Instinct skill. It'd be cool to just, like, have a Bog Totem out for a long time and just keep swapping your weapon for whatever you need it to be. Hey Tizzle, how you doing? damage storing is potentially really scary. But both of the action skills look good. I have a vested interest in trying both of them out. The skill tree just looks really good. The least interesting thing is active decay. And that's still just damage. How much of Blighty Boy have I missed? We've been sitting here just creaming about the skill tree for half an hour, Tizzle. 40 minutes at this point. As we're looking at these skills, I just got a Harbinger with poison damage, stab up power, status effect damage. I am ready. Let's go, Mushroom. Let's fucking go. Screaming, creaming, and dreaming. Real. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be a useless skill here, but we'll have to wait to use. Obviously, some of this stuff is going to be have to be tested. But I really like that a lot of these skills have multiple things. Like, there's creativity here. You can use them for different playstyles. This is going to support a lot of different kinds of builds. Scroll down the concept art? Sure. Active Decay, White Rider Pandemisium? Yes. Crossblade applying 2 status effects? Yes. Twister was also mentioned. Radiance paired with Flawless Etch and Harbinger? Yes. They say when it's going to drop. They've not said that yet, Safe and Sane, but here's hoping. So that's like 10% per point. If it's like 10% per point, Striker, yeah, that's going to be pretty good. Definitely. Maybe enough to swing you towards being more likely to use poison as your primary element. But the thing is, with this skill tree being so good, I could totally see Active Decay being structured this way so that it's the dump skill. Like, think about it. If this is the least interesting thing in the tree, okay, that just means you don't really have to choose between the cool stuff like Hex Machina and Flawless Edge. You can just kind of take them both. I'm so animated, I'm shaking my whole desk. Don't you mean Toot Pile? Yes. Class just made so many pieces of equipment actually good. I'm so excited for this. It could drop a month from now for all I care. I'm just happy to finally know what it is. I think this was worth the wait for the reveal. Deathless finally good. Deathless is already good. I use Deathless from time to time. I had a dedicated setup for it at C35. I shifted away from it at C50, but now with boss damage reduction, I could probably just bring that back. This looks really good. Donkey could be good at it. Donkey's fine right now, but maybe this will help it even more. Spirit Swarm sounds so cool. It really does. Class power, raising elemental damage is good. Oh yeah, what does the class power do here? Yeah, it's gonna raise the feet, at least. Oh, we gotta think what else class power is gonna affect in this tree. That's a really good point. Fish. Hey Fatal, how you doing? Hex Machina with boost and armor is gonna be hella fun. Absolutely, Tom. Absolutely. So, like, what's in the tree that does... I would imagine it would affect Geist in the Shell. Capstone feat and action skill. I would hazard a guess that it would also affect Geist in the Shell. Yeah. So probably class feat, the 2 action skills, Capstone, and that. Indecisive, need to spend money, but you don't need to spend money. How you doing, Apollo? If you must, option 2. Moo girl. Class power because more LE damage? Yeah, Rome. Because the class feat is more LE damage for applying status effect and can stack. Now, there's a few ways class power could affect this. It could be a higher stack cap. It could be more duration. It could be more LE damage. I think more LE damage is the safest bet out of those. Usually the 1 point tier 5 is armor possible, so I wonder how much that's a big deal. That's a good point as well, Striker. Yeah, what do we think are gonna be the skills from here that end up on armor. Because there's gonna be, what, two skills for the Blight Caller primary, likely, for each class combo. And then one for the off-class combo. Why is your name pink, Glenny? That's throwing me off so bad. What, are you good? Late, but how's everything looking? It's looking fan-fucking-tastic, dude. This is gonna be, like, we're gonna be late-night theory crafting this tree. Yeah, definitely this one. I think Geist in the Shell is also likely. I kind of worry about Wraithmail, because depending on what this percentage is, that could get crazy. All this color, I love you. Active Decay is definitely going to be one, right? Worst Curse plus Warp Paradigm boosting melee. Ooh, that sounds filthy. Class Power, Geist in the Shell could boost all these. Active Decay, White Rider, Pandemicium. Yeah, it would be elemental damage. It'd be boosting all those things. Yeah. Yeah. Flawless Edge seems likely. They're going to pair the status effect stacking skills with the appropriate class, like Worst Curse on Graveborn Plague Armor. I think, I wonder who they're going to put Wraithmail with. Because it would make the most sense with Grave, because of the Grave Capstone, but, Spellshot and Clawbringer are the ones with Ward skills, so I could see it on them as well. Worst Curse on Grave makes sense, because Dark Magic, you know, thematically at least. I doubt Bog Down would go on armor, personally, but that's just a guess. Frostbite Berserker, you think? Dots can stack up to 5 times? Correct, yes. Wonder how many people use fire with Blight Caller since you get up soaked in the tree. That's something we're gonna have to caution people about. Like, maybe don't take Bog Down if you're gonna use fire stuff. The Claw for Wraithmail? So let me do an acrylic set on you that matches your build? I mean, I would. I would. Virulence and Potent Poisons, Malt Duration, please. Oh, that'd be so sick. Wonder where that crit chance goes in the formula. That's a good question, Cranberry. It's likely that it just goes in the normal place, but there's a couple things that don't, so there's always a chance. It's coming out has me thinking of getting the season pass. I think a lot of people are going to feel that way, Roddy. Play keyboard, that's going to suck for you. You could always just do one hand. You could do, like, right hand, and I could still use my mouse. Alchemical Agent Spirit Swarm. Yes. Yes. So you can buy it separately? Yeah, this is part of DLC 4. Worst Curse on Grave for a better Dark Hydras would be amazing. Worst Curse just sounds like a fantastic skill. Alright, let's actually play the video game. But first, I need to go, like, change my pants from all that creaming. So I'm gonna BRB real quick, and we'll try out the new features and stuff. But holy, it's a good fucking day, chat. It's a good day. Alright, I am here. I also got a sleeve of saltine crackers, because I just want to sit here and chew and look at Blight Collar Tree more. Is that weird? I just want to look at it more. It's just... It makes me so happy. I just wanted it to be a unique skill tree, and damn, they did that. This class has so many synergies. Yes. Yes, it's Theory Crafter's dream. Alright, just 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes. Is that a burrito? No, it is a sleeve of saltine crackers. Because I looked for something that I didn't have to, like, actually heat up so I could eat. This class can stack. It is literally stacked. Subs now tier 1 and I have my prime back. Huh. Must have been a hiccup on Twitch's end then, Kirk? Well, it's time for the agony of having to wait. We could put that off a day. We can put that off a day. We can worry about that tomorrow. Stack caller. Okay. So this. I thought of a problem with this and a situation you don't want to take this. Don't take Restore the Veil if you're using a bad egg. Because the dark magic bonus element you get while your bad egg is broken will heal you, which will restore your wards, which will make your ward not broken. Which Solicited Nightmare attacks got changed? Don't know that my name, just animation. The water one. And I don't know which Nightmare one specifically. Cursed Wit as well, yeah. Last Gasp. Ones that you want to keep broken. But things like Restore the Veil and where's the other one? Amped Up. Those are going to be great for Amnesia users. Because it'll just fight the fire dot. And that's good. Now, I have a question here with Bog Down. It does specify enemies on Soaked. But what if Bog Down lets you bog down yourself? Like, what if you shot your feet with a message for, Poison Splash? Because the other methods of applying Soaked can't hit the player. Rocket Launcher one-shot builds? Yeah, more access to Amp. Someone needs attention? Yeah, Jake just sees me eating. Delusion can't hit the player? Correct. It does not do self-damage. So you can make yourself wet? Yeah, I want to wet myself. Hammer and Anvil build? Have one. Have one. My hammer throw build, I'm using it. This tree already did that? True. I'm also trying to think about what... Moistened. Yes, Chaz. I'm trying to think about what boost this tree doesn't give. This doesn't seem to have global or conditional. Which, I'm glad it doesn't have, everything. But it has elemental, a lot of it. It has crit damage. It has gun damage. It has melee damage. It has spell and ability damage. It has a debuff. Oh, no, it does have global. It does have global. Flawless Edge. Yep, it has Flawless Edge. So, I guess it only lacks conditional? Because it has companion damage too. So, I think Blightcaller dethrones Berserker as just having the most stacked to damage formula in a tree. So what's the magic bullets of the tree? Where's the random formula breaking skill? Good question. Storming good, so I gotta save my phone charge. Be back once it calms some. Have an awesome stream. Thanks for stopping in, Kat. Well, not stopping in. You were here the whole time, and I appreciate that immensely. Always a pleasure to have you hang out. Thank you, thank you. Stay safe. Stay safe. Whoever designed Burr must have had a hand in this. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Alright, let's roll out these crystals. Then I'm going to restart my game so I can get the new vendor and featured and all that. Yo, dog, I heard you like Berserker. I really, really am so excited to mess around with that skill tree. There's so many things I want to do. Fuck you, Wag. Berserker. Sorry, Berserker is best character in Wanderlust. I agree. Rip Amnesia Vendor. You're never able to connect. I got a couple decent ones, but yeah. Back to farming that normally. Ooh, what'll be in the vendor this week? That's something I haven't thought about. The featured we just had Dragon Lord and what was the other boss? Was it Zomboss? What was the other boss? Yeah, Plate Mail and Vendor I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for Plate Mail and Vendor. Is where I'm going with that. Because I really want good plate mails now. It's Clawbringer power, or else I'd take that to prep. It was on boss. Okay, yeah. So I'm hoping for plate mail in the vendor. Because we did just have Dragon Lord. Blightcaller sounds fun. It really does, Wraithlord. It really does. Plate mail before you can get a new class on them. I can always just go for plate mail then as well, which is something I'm probably going to do. Been needing a better plate mail for my missed answers, so prayed. Is it today? No. It is not today. Quick, I thought you were paid shill. Listen. Not saying I'd do truly gross things to have access to Blightcaller right now. But I'm not saying I wouldn't do that either. let's... Because Seraph has mentioned hammer and anvil. Let's use the hammer throw build again. Fatebreaker and chest? Cool. Fully support your gross endeavors. That's true friendship. Wait, hang on, I had a thought. I need to look at that tree again. Where is it? Where is it? Applying a frost status effect increases your melee damage and crit chance for a duration. Stab-o-matic, baby! Get you a class that can do it all. I'm just spending my moon orbs right now because we're gonna get a lot more, and I want to start from nothing and see how much. I guess I could roll these for that. That's something I've already rolled a bunch. Perfect. Oh wait, Caps 2000. Ha! Isn't max 4K? The event's on. I just realized. The event's on. I was like, oh, yeah, alright, let me just roll until this hits 4K. It's not going to because the event's on. Haha. Man, this is a good day. This is a good day. Okay. We're good. We're as close to 0 as we're gonna get right now. Time for more Elder with my maidenless eyes. Bonk them enemies, indeed. Based on the skills listed, I think you might have already done something naughty to get them. I can neither confirm nor deny. Wait, hang on, I need to rebind my jump key. Control. Twitter already in full force. Even saw the bad take keeping us in the dark again. Bro, what? Bro, what? What does that mean? Anyway, back here in reality, who's hyped for Blightcaller? Missed the most important theory craft and what will the multi-class names be? That's a good point. Okay. If the Berserker one is not called Fight Caller, then I guess we'll be fighting. Yeah, Blightbringer for Clawbringer. Nothing will overtop Sporcer. Sporcer is pretty great. I only know that container on this map, so I guess I gotta learn the other ones this week. Well, that's fine. Okay, we got Gloop in this room. Countdown to Giga Chad Blightcaller playthrough. It might be a minute before I do a playthrough Urban Mech, because I really was planning on doing it, but I didn't think I'd like the skill tree this much. Like, I need to jump into that shit at endgame immediately. Immediately! I need it directly inside of every one of my orifices. Every. Spore Ward and be something like Archdruid? That sounds cool. Executioner is pretty badass. I like that one. The multi-class names are cool. Sad that Crystal's event is over. That's unfortunate, but the Moon Orb event is absolutely sick. Remember, that's another thing. Give that good feedback on that. This Moon Orb event is something that would be amazing if it was made permanent. I'm gonna enjoy the shit out of it while it's here. But this is one of those good opportunities to be like, hey, we really like what you're doing, keep doing more of this. They certainly hear enough of the reverse. Let's do our part to counter that. Oh, sorry, Fire Friend. I was actually too busy daydreaming about Blightcaller. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. If Spellshot Blightcaller isn't Shot Caller, then I'm deleting the game, and then you're reinstalling to play Blightcaller. Not fooling anyone. I do know the locations on this map. That's another thing I like about the feature system. I'm just slowly learning all the maps better as they go through these. What's my preferred way of hitting this one? Oh, not that way. Gonna make character in Wonderland's unsure what class to play. Everyone says Clawbringer is bad. Is that true? Not true at all. Josh, not true at all. Every single class in this game can be made to be viable, and all of them have their own unique strengths, weaknesses, and playstyles. And because the multi-class system allows you to pick 2 of those classes, you can use one to cover the weaknesses of another, or, you know, really specialize in one area. The build I'm playing right now includes Clawbringer. I'm playing a Clawstalker, which is Clawbringer Stabomancer, and I'm using a Clawbringer action skill. And I'm on the hardest difficulty in the game, playing some of the hardest content. And I'm doing just fine. I'm having a good time. You can absolutely play Clawbringer and be good on Clawbringer. What else goes well with Clawbringer part Stabomancer? Berserker is a popular pair with Clawbringer. It just kind of makes you really good at existing in general. Berserker adds damage to whatever you pair it with, and good survivability. Clawbringer Spellshot is a popular combo. Makes you really good at anything associated with wards, shields, those mechanics. Hey Envoy, what's the meta for Blightcaller? I have no idea, but it looks like you know, how Berserker is just the generalist absolute unit? Well, Blightcaller took that personally and was like, no, that's my thing now. Blightcaller seems like just the most stacked class in terms of diverse interactions and mechanics. So it's going to be a bit before we figure out where its maximum potential lies, but both the action skills look good, the class feat looks amazing. It's got good support for lots of different playstyles. I'm personally most excited for the ward stuff. Multiple ways of restoring wards in that tree, and benefits for doing so. That's what I'm looking forward to. What was the class feat? Increased elemental damage after applying a status effect, and it stacks up. And elemental damage is one of those things that's useful to any build. And you know what applies status effects? Elemental damage. So it's very well realized. One thing to keep in mind from the tree reveal is we don't have any exact numbers. We just know the intended mechanic on paper. Alchemical agent about to pop off. Yeah, slushy. Is the Frostbite a good melee weapon? Just found a primordial one with Warrior Hill in the vendor. I've not tested it at endgame in quite some time. Actually, possibly ever. I used it during my first playthrough, though, and it served me well there. How am I supposed to work today with this bomb being dropped? All that with while action skills active, get 35% elemental damage. Well, think of it this way, Gage. If you already get good elemental damage from your class feat, that means you have even more flexibility to go for other things with your enchants. You can cover your base as well. So you could grab, say, a gun damage enchant there instead if you're to go to gun build. Or you could grab a companion enchant. We still don't know what the Blightcaller specific enchants are. We can assume there's going to be, you know, one for gun and one for another slot, probably. Would be my guess. Your Arcs decides every single point, only gets you worse. Explain each class's playstyle. I can give you an indication of what each class is kind of good at. Spell Shot has the most spell damage and gun damage in the game. It's just generally considered the powerhouse. Stabomancer is a specialist of sorts. Stabomancer's skill tree actually isn't very powerful on its own, but what Stabomancer is really good at is amplifying the power of whatever class you pair it with through the action skill from the shadows primarily. But also it's just got stuff that's really nice for melee in particular. Stabomancer is great at melee thanks to Alchemical Agent. You've got Shadow Step. Exploit the Reach is just good for damage dealing in general. Dots and melee would be Stabo's wheelhouse. Notably, it's less flexible than Spell Shot. Berserker is just a bit of everything. If you want to be tanky, if you want to be good at surviving, if you want to be moving around pretty fast, if you want to just have good, reliable damage with anything you do, Berserker. Spore Warden is primarily gun stuff, with a little bit of pet support. Graveborn is extremely tanky. It is very hard to die on a Graveborn. Very hard. And Graveborn is also the second best of the spellcasting focused classes in terms of its contribution to spells. We actually did just get the skill tree revealed for the incoming 7th character class, the Blightcaller. We just got that tree today. It'll be part of the 4th DLC for the game. We don't have a release date as of yet, but excitement for that is very high. So if you see people mentioning Blightcaller, that's what they're talking about. But it's worth noting that with every class, you can do more than one thing. And you can mix and match your classes to achieve lots of different outcomes. Is this your main? I don't really necessarily have a main. I'd switch between builds very often. I've played 2 or 3 different builds on stream so far today. I currently have about half a dozen that I rotate through pretty regularly. It's more of a day-to-day basis on which one I'm playing more or less. Yeah, great week to farm those sword explosions. Now keep in mind, LeChance also drops the cannonballer and the peg leg, but it is still worth going after. And peg leg is one of my favorite melee weapons for gun builds. Have stab on spell shot. Love the idea of being tanky and doing lots of damage. Should I go Clawbringer or stab on Clawbringer? So some of my favorite very tanky builds is actually Stabbo and Berserker together. Because Stabbo helps the melee stuff. Berserker provides little of the melee stuff, but provides the majority of the survivability. Berserker is just like beefy. Graveborn is tanky through healing, but Berserker is tanky through just having a gigantic life bar. Is there a Wondercast next week? There is, Hunch. A week from today. Possibly released then, maybe. But we know at least they'll be talking about it then. So I'm optimistic. Quag's main is just melee. Yeah, I play a lot of melee builds. If that's your speed, then you're in the right place. I forgot I was going to try out that Empowering Sigil. Try that on this next run. Oh yeah, vendors. Let's check the vendors. See, we got Glacial Cascade. Ooh, I love this spell. This is one of my favorite damage-dealing spells. It's not like fantastic, but you get good parts on this. This will treat you very well. It's got a good cooldown, good AoE. It's reliable. I like the spell a lot. Undead Pact. Oh, that's a bit of a miss for me. And then Khan. Cao Khan. So this weapon actually went from complete joke meme weapon, and then it got a huge buff, and now it's like a really good boss melter. It's ammo inefficient, but for the very few seconds you have bullets, this will shred a boss. Oh, my melee blight color and I want it now? Yeah. For the blight color skills I'm in love. It looks so good, Amber. It looks so good. Peg leg swing sound. Yeah, Seraphaz. The sound design in this game, once again, as with all Lance games, is just good. I really like the different melee impact sounds they have. Skin. Love it when the big numbers go up. Do we like that sometimes, Bone Wheel? Can't come up with a clever joke about blight collars, so fart. Chat. He said fart. He said fart. Is that the response you wanted? Going on behind the scenes of sound design team for this game? Yeah, me too. That'd be cool. I call this a joke. I see you pull my trap card. So we can go Blight Spore first and do something to ability damage. That could be an approach. This feature seems good. I'll have to pay more attention. The curse route seems pretty solid, pretty easy. LeChance is always good to have as a featured boss. Not only is he easy, but also drops the sword explosion, so that's high value. Wow, we got 8,000 from that run? So wait, you just get 4 rerolls from doing a featured run. At least on Intense. With a capped out item, you just get 4 rerolls with this event. That's really good. I don't have anything on me that I care to reroll, and I might have to change that. Stop giving me repeats. I'll take that for now. Saw something never unseen in the markup of the skill tree. Checked out the amped up icon. What am I looking for? I'm looking at it. I'm zooming in. What am I looking for, Dex? Only costs 2k to reroll this week? Yeah, reroll costs are cut in half this week, Foster. Not only do we get more, rerolls are cut in half. 2,000 max is so much nicer than 4,000. Yeah, Shay. I want it to be permanent. It's not aligned. I mean, I guess. I guess. Doesn't bother me that much. Yeah, Tidebreaker is very satisfying striker. This empowering sigil feels pretty nice. You can just freeze and shatter enemies like that. Feels strong, not as strong as community. Real. True. Which matters more, 25% melee on the Scalawag or the crossbolts? Crossbolts. I ask because you can get a plus 40 on a Ruffian. Yeah, I have a Rapscallion multiple in my inventory for that plus 40. Crossbolts are a fresh multiplier, Scrunt, whereas the blade is simply it's regular melee damage. Now, it'd be more optimal for me to, say, shoot a Tootherator and then switch to the Rapscallion. Not only would I get stronger crossbolts, but I'd also get the 40% instead of 25. But this allows me to not switch weapons. And there's an annoying bug where if you mistime your hammer throw during a weapon swap, you kind of lock yourself out of your action skill. So for comfort, I do it this way. I'm guessing since most of these skills stack, they're just going to be like 1% damage per stack or something like that. That's fine. That'll create a momentum-based gameplay loop. It'll promote aggressive play, especially. And that, I'm happy about. So if I'm using Empowering Sigil, I'm not taking damage to my ward often. I could go back to Body Rune. I don't really need more conditional, because that'd just be 25% more conditional on my... Actually, that applies to my dots, though. We'll try that. See how this works out. Quag Caller info dump. Yeah, boom. We looked at the skill tree and said dirty words. Dirty, delicious words for like an hour. It's a glorious day. It sure is, my friend. It sure is. If I had to explain today in one word, moist. Really funny video. Oh yeah? Looks like 2 quartz on this one. That's okay. Got a new gear that made you switch from Ghostblade? This is just a different build, Black Panther. My Ghostblade build is still intact. This is just a different setup. Moister than an oyster. Gloop in second room? Yeah, I saw. Which one is Bunny in? Wonder how many still use Tiebreaker now that Bog Down's on the Blight Collar skill tree. I think a lot, Grasshopper, because keep in mind that Tiebreaker can hit multiple targets, is simply a good damage dealing spell as well, and it's more controllable. With things like Bog Down and Cape of Tides, you have 0 control over when it happens. So it'll still trigger even if you're, say, trying to do fire damage to a target. I think Bog Down is a potential skill that a lot of builds might end up skipping so that they can maintain control over when they apply Soaked. But having more vectors through which you can apply Soaked is a good thing. More player choice is always a good thing. Frostbite Verdict seems perfectly competent. Cool. That's good to know. Cerberus came? Nice, son. Collectively moisted ourselves. Or soaked. Would you say the most fun build? That's going to depend on what you like. There's not really a way to quantify that for everybody. I like melee builds, so this is one of my melee builds. This one's about throwing hammers around. The Clawbringer has an action skill that throws a gigantic lightning hammer, and I wanted to build around that, with the rest of the gameplay also being melee focused. So that's what I'm having fun with right now. For me, the most fun things in this game are melee, but other people might like other things. You can do full spellcaster builds, you can do gun builds, you can do lots of different things. What's different in the setup than your other claw? The gear is almost entirely different. The skill tree is very similar, but the gear. It's a Spellblade setup, so I'm stacking spell damage over here. I'm using a very different armor piece. I'm using a very different amulet, a different choice of spell. Ward is currently the same, just because I'm trying that out for this run. Choice of weapons is similar. But primarily the melee weapon and the armor are the biggest defining differences here. But you can see a very marked change in the playstyle. I'm running around a lot more, I'm tankier. Keep in mind, this is a multi-class combination where I don't have any healing for my skill tree, at all. I'm just getting so much dark magic healing from plate mail right now. And then I have Harbinger to restore my wards. It's pretty nice. Lady Gaga's officially Harley Quinn. I saw there was a rumor of that. Did they confirm it, Zem? We got Bark in this room. Yes, that's neat. Can Body Rune apply status effects? It can, Striker. It can. Look at that hammer throw. It took out half the Dragonlord statue bar. Haven't seen the first one. I enjoyed the first one. I thought it was pretty cool. It doesn't feel comic booky, but I think that's the point. Body Ring can trigger Burn Offering. That's the status effect one? Yeah. That'll probably be how most people do it in general mobbing, you know? Got back to my computer, what's in the vendors? Glacial Cascade, Undead Pact, and Cowcon. Suicide Squad was awful, but Suicide Squad was excellent. Yes. The difference a the will make. Went for lunch and missed your Blight Color breakdown. What are your thoughts? I made several high-pitched noises that, when clipped out of context, could be used very suggestively. So I think that gives you a good idea. It's absolutely filthy. It looks like a build crafter's dream. There's so many diverse interactions and mechanics. I'm very excited for Blightcaller, Hellrider. His face looked like it did in jail. I don't know why that was so fucking funny. Taking a shower so I can hug servers cleanly. Sounds good, son. So if Joker and Harley Quinn ends up in Pattinson's Batman, because there'd be 3 different actors playing Joker and 3 different actors playing Harley Quinn at one time. There's separate continuities, Jedi Monkey. And also, like, the placement in the timeline is different. Like, Pattinson Batman is set modern, but the Joker, the Joaquin Phoenix Joker is set in the 70s. So, like, unless they do old Joker, which they could. But I'm pretty sure they've also just said it's a separate continuity. And in the continuity with Margot Robbie, Harley Quinn, Ben Affleck is Batman. DC should never have tried to do an overarching continuity. Should I open that image? It's a screenshot from the game Stray. It's just an area transition, had jail on it. And it was just so fucking funny to me. Capitalized, dang it. No, it's not case sensitive, Dex. I just got to it first. DC struggling to make characters relevant. Hey, every once in a while, James Gunn lifts their entire franchise for them. Hi, Kevin. What you doing, cat? Come here. You were just eating. Played Dying Light with boyfriend and saw a button input pop up that says press F to go to jail. We both died laughing. Kevin's a good boy. Ubisoft's putting an Iron Man armor in Assassin's Creed? Fucking why? There's a way to go to one of the DLCs? That's great. Take the shot, you're open? I'm confused. Because you have Thor and Valhalla? Oh, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Assassin's Creed, assemble. Maybe the real Assassin's Creed was the friends we made along the way. That was an Ascended. Poison Claw. Take good individual stories over the shared universe obsession any day. Yeah, same. I like good self-contained stories that are not structured around the idea of a sequel, a spin-off, or a collaboration. Just make something that stands well on its own. That's what I like. I'm not really super well versed in that's Hunter x Hunter, right? Boom. So I don't really have any useful commentary there. I like both. I like you. Got him. How does he do it? He can't be stopped. Like you both gobble on my leg. Why would we gobble on your leg, Boom? We're not zombies. We're civilized people. Personal taste, I love a built universe. I grew up reading over 100 connected Star Wars novels. It really depends on, like, what kind of universe you want to see, I suppose. Like, film universes, maybe we have fatigue for that. Because Marvel did a successful one, and then Universal tried to do a horror one, and that died really quickly. And DC has never quite gotten theirs together. And just... It's a bit exhausting. But like, comic books, novels... I like those shared universes. Maybe it's the medium making a difference there. I don't know. Hey, Yukumers, how you doing? The Bionicles, yeah. DC Cinematic Universe, just 5 different retellings of Batman. Because they always fall back to Batman whenever something they tried didn't work, or Batman characters. Like how Sony clutches onto Spider-Man. Well, DC does that with Batman. Tried a horrific universe, yes, Multiverse of Madness is scary in those ways. Yeah. DC's doing fail without their own Morbius. SMH my entire forehead. Based. I'm still, we talked about this earlier, but I'm gonna bring it up again. I'm still annoyed that they canned the Batgirl movie. Because, like, if they were afraid it was gonna be Morbius, Morbius made, like, $160 million. Like, just ship it. Just push it out the door. You already made it. Like, you already paid for it. Just do it. If nothing else, you could market the movie entirely by being like, hey, Michael Keaton and Brendan Fraser are in this. Come watch it. You're like, oh, okay. Like, that's it. Did Morbius actually earn back its production and then some? Did break even? I'm pretty sure Morbius flopped, but then eventually ended up being a profit. Here, let's look this up. Yeah, Morbius made $163.9 million. It had a $75 million budget. So you, what, double that for other costs? So yeah, it still made something in the neighborhood of like 12-ish million. Morbius still profited. Yeah. It's like they could just make a Batgirl. We ever do Morbius Night? We didn't end up doing it. I ended up getting busy. I still haven't seen it, though. That's something that we could still do. I still have not morbed personally. You guys want to morb with me? Canceled the Scooby-Doo sequel, which also annoys me. Yeah, they did. I saw that as well. They seem to be just trying to cancel HBO Max as a service, which is a weird decision. Perhaps it's more, but not respectfully. No. Understandable. Kinda not on the morb train. Understandable. I really like the empowering sigil here. I don't even have Icebreaker from Berserker, so like, anytime I haven't fully frozen an enemy, it's not really directly helping me. But then again, maybe it's applying good enough status effects with plate mail that it's like, good healing. At the very least, the barrier is protecting me. And I'm having full uptime on haste because of the short cooldown. It does make me want a little more radius, so I don't have to completely barrel stuff enemies. but it's nice. God damn it. Some people just like bad movies. Maybe they would have liked Batgirl too. Maybe. Like, a bad movie can still be an entertaining movie. Exhibit A, the Fast and Furious franchise. They make money. People enjoy watching them. I unironically enjoy watching Fast and Furious movies. They're fucking terrible, but I like watching them. Watched all 8 episodes of the Resident Evil Netflix show and is not okay to release that to the public. I still haven't seen it. And it's weird that I've seen completely polar opposite reviews. Now, I'm a lifelong Resident Evil fan, Bone Wheel, so I'll probably be right there with you when I do watch it. But I've seen some people who aren't familiar with the source material being like, yeah, this was fun. Like, okay. Arguably, DC released more bad movies than good, so they could have released the Batgirl movie even if it was bad. True. Fast and Furious movies are so dumb, it's even more hilarious that Vin Diesel is apparently super salty. He's only the fourth most popular bald character in the franchise. Apparently Vin Diesel's just like an asshole. Like, he's just awful to work with, gets drunk on set. That's why The Rock doesn't like him, because The Rock is like a class act and actually, you know, befriends people he works with. Like, he'll go and take the whole crew out to dinner and shit. Actual Chad, yeah. Gotta go, but damn, is my mood lifter right now. Thanks, Quack, for the stream. Thanks for stopping in, Boom. It's a good day. We got good news today. Just good vibes. It's a good day today. You make Tokyo Drift 2 already? I know Rabbit wanted to bring back Discord movie night. I wouldn't mind watching the Fast series with you guys in Discord over a few weeks. I think that could be fun. He's an ARC? What? Need a movie with The Rock and Keanu Reeves for all that Chad energy? Real. Let's make that happen. Actually, someone fact check me on this. Did Keanu Reeves voice the bad guy in the Hobbs and Shaw movie, the spin-off? Someone fact check me on that. Because technically, that would count. Someone notable voiced that character, and I don't remember who. I want a buddy bromance? That's fair. Got an Ascended Lightning Spellblade with Amp. Might be fun to play with Blightcaller and Spellshot. Absolutely, that sounds fun. Just reminded DC could technically use Kite Man as a Batman villain since he's in the comics and use kite and kite-based stuff to commit crimes. If you've watched the Harley Quinn series, I highly recommend it, by the way. Kite Man is in that, and, like, I don't know why he's a villain. He's just the nicest fucking guy. Like, he's just a solid dude. Looks like it wasn't Keanu. It was John Cena. Okay. I think Idris Elba was the bad guy, but there was a bad guy above that bad guy. Kite Man's amazing. You watch Harley Quinn as well, Gross? Yeah. Kite Man is just the nicest guy. Didn't know they used him? Yeah, the Harley Quinn series on HBO Max. Quite enjoyable. Season 3 is in progress right now, actually. It's really funny, and it's just a good time. Working together on DC Super Pets. Oh yeah, there's that one, Pumakaze. I forgot about that. Rewatched the Matrix trilogy last weekend because of Northland's last album. Wasn't a big fan of those before. God, I love my rewatch. It's like the Star Wars prequels. People shat on them horribly when they came out, but 20 years later, it's like, maybe we were too harsh. Maybe we were too harsh. They're just fun. I mean, Reloaded is fun. Revolution, we don't have to talk about that one, but Reloaded is fun. Cena only did the voice because you can't see him. That's the actual canonical reason. We're too harsh on the prequels. Nah, stop it. I like the Star Wars prequels, damn it. They introduced cool shit, some not cool shit, but I maintain that Revenge of the Sith is a good movie. I will die on this hill. Want Static Shock stuff? That'd be so good. I would love that, Good Wolf. Bog Totem attack via ping, so amazing. I feel like this is community feedback they committed to. Bog Totem does so much. I'm just so excited to get hands-on with it. Episode 3 is my favorite Star Wars movie, so let's go prequels. Revenge of the Sith! People love the first Matrix, they're less happy about the sequels. Yeah, the first Matrix is, like, goated. And then, I thought Reloaded got a bad rap. Revolutions, yeah, we can agree Revolution sucks, and Resurrection, we can agree that one sucks too. Just as the darkest Star Wars movie. I honestly think that Rogue One has a claim to that, Zen, but it's between those two. Wasn't the director voiced by Ryan Reynolds? I don't know. Because Ryan Reynolds was another character in that movie, so maybe they just, like, had him voiced while they had him there. Okay, radius and spell damage, that's a good Smithies. I know I have another crossblade, so I'm gonna drop that. Andor looks fucking great, by the way. I still haven't watched the trailer, but tonally capturing Rogue One as a series is something I am absolutely here for. If they get the tone of Rogue One with the quality of Season 1 of The Mandalorian, that's what I want. Here's the story of the prequels being not bad. It's not a story a Star Wars snob would tell you. Ooh, Ascended Inflammation? I'll take that. Yeah, Kevin, I'm excited too. We got an Ascended Inflammation. How do you feel about that? Kevin. Inflammation. He doesn't give a fuck, he's a cat. I don't actually need this tiebreaker. I can go. Actually clean my nail table. Time to fuck it up a bit. No, keep it clean. Her negotiation with Keanu fell through, so it was Ryan Reynolds who did it under a pseudonym. Oh. That's neat. All for Star Wars digging more into how the non-Jedi part of the universe struggled. Yeah. Yeah, more non-Jedi-centric Star Wars stuff. Okay, so we covered a wide variety of topics today. A wide variety. We had just good conversation. I appreciate the shit out of you guys. I just had a good time with today's stream. I hope you did as well. And Blightcaller was revealed. We now know Blightcaller's feet. Yes, Jbridge. Feet pics were acquired. Pics of the class feet. We know the action skills, they both look incredible. We know the skill tree, it looks fantastic. We still don't know the exact release date, but we know they're talking about it a week from today on the Wondercast. So maybe they drop a date on us between now and then, maybe they drop a date on us then. But yeah, I'm so excited. Oh no, Felicia, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but hi. You're just in a good mood because Blight Collar. I mean, we also had good conversation today, and we got a good event in the game. Like, I'm actually not going to be in hell re-rolling my spells for 4K a pop. It's only going to be 2K, and we earn the orbs faster. So, like, I'm in a good mood today. I'm in a good mood. Let's find somewhere we can go. Remember, when you go forth, spread that love and positivity. All that good shit. Let's go to... Who we not rated in a minute? We haven't been over to Pascaroni's in a bit. Let's go say hi to Pascaroni. And this will be raid message. Hang on. Go and copy this. Pascaroni absolutely loves bacon. He is a man of bacon and just fortitude and kindness. And so we're gonna call him the Bacon Caller in honor of Blight Caller. Go ahead and copy that, or just spam something bacon related if you don't have the emotes. To any of you non-subs hanging out, but for anyone who's not part of the regular audience today, I know there's a bunch of hype because Hotfix Day and Blight Caller news and stuff. I'll next be live tomorrow, 9:30-ish a.m. Eastern, and tomorrow I'm actually gonna be playing some Borderlands 3 for stream. I planned that out a couple days ago, so I'm gonna keep playing Wonderlands off stream today to get some of that moon orb farming done. But tomorrow I will be live with Borderlands 3. We're gonna be doing some end game speedrunning stuff. So I'll see you guys then. And then Saturday, Devil May Cry 5. My next Wonderland stream will be on Monday. So I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much for all the good vibes today. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
The bee. Okay, where we find this thing? Uh-oh. We got...